Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. This is a beautiful day today, and I want to welcome you all to, this is a mouthful, Advancing Equitable Infrastructure Opportunities, Small Business Contracting Symposium, a blueprint for success. On behalf of the Enterprise Center, I am thrilled to welcome you here today to learn, connect, and support the advancement of small businesses. That's what we're about at the Enterprise Center. This event, the Small Business Transportation Resource Center today is responsible for bringing this event here today. And my name is Iola Harper. I'm the Senior Executive Vice President here at the Enterprise Center. I will be your MC throughout the day. And I also would like to welcome our virtual audience. We are glad that you can join us virtually. We are excited to welcome Secretary Buttigieg and our other esteemed guests, but I have a few reminders before we begin our program. The agenda. You can find the agenda on the rack card that you were given when you checked in. A digital copy is also available by scanning the QR code. Restrooms are available by leaving this room, going to the left and making another left, and the first two doors are the men and women's room. And then the social media, if you want to tweet this event, there is a hashtag, and the hashtag is pound SBTRC infrastructure. I tried to talk them out of that one, but they wanted to keep that one in. So if you need to know how to spell infrastructure, come and see me. But it's SBTRC infrastructure. We'd also like to thank TD Bank for sponsoring our refreshments this morning. Now it is my great, great pleasure to introduce the President and CEO of the Enterprise Center, Ms. Della Clark, and Michael Brown, President of the 360 Group.
Good morning. Welcome to the Enterprise Center. So I'm like the old woman in the shoe, always have a business with me. So I'm going to allow Michael Brown because I think that every time the Enterprise Center has an event, we need to allow one of our entrepreneurs to speak. And so I selected Michael Brown to do a welcome.
Thank you, Della, for allowing me to speak at this prestigious event. And I'd like to say hello. I guess I'm the first speaker, so I'll try not to screw this up and set the tone right. So I'm Mike Brown, the president and CEO of the 360 Group. We're a union contracting company based out of Philly. And although I'd love to promote my company today, I'm here to represent companies and communities that are always not as blessed as my company. Through events in the past, I've advocated for all kinds of small and disadvantaged businesses. But recently I looked at an economic study done at the Commonwealth, and what I found that is Black and Hispanic businesses have been severely underrepresented. Just to let you know, at the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, less than 0.1% of $9 billion in contracts go to Black and Hispanic businesses. That is just unacceptable. And to ensure equity and inclusion exist, we need to change the way that we do procurement. And the solution is that we have Black and Hispanic businesses and people like Della, people like PIDC, and along with the general contractors like Gilbane and everyone else, have a seat at the table when the RFPs are being put together and contracts are being executed and designs are happening. I can say that has happened twice. One time with COVID, program led by the Enterprise Center, small and minority businesses came together and actually set up a program to sterilize the entire Capitol complex. Every surface was tracked and measured, put into an IBM system. COVID response was done for the senators and representatives, and that was done by minority businesses. 58 jobs were retained and 13 small businesses were put to work. Another real interesting one was a school district of Philadelphia. There haven't been a lot of opportunities for subprime contracts at the school district. Black and Hispanic company brought in new 3D technology, designed and built 3 schools in less than 15 months, which is unheard of. Again, you got to give us a chance. And one way of doing this is innovative solutions need, innovative approaches. So Black and Hispanic business owners, leading institutions, C-suite executives, and civic leaders have come together to form groups. One of these groups is called the Inclusion Group. That group needs to sit down and with people at the different agencies to show how we can have more prime businesses. We're hopeful and optimistic Secretary Buttigieg with the infrastructure bill will consider using this diverse programmatic approach, and only then will equity and inclusion not be measured by revenue percentages, but instead the impact to equity of Black and Hispanic businesses and jobs for our underserved communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I just want to real briefly set the time and let you know that what this event is about. This is not a political event. You're sitting in a business center. So today is about business. How do we connect capital? How do we connect opportunities and contract to spearhead mergers, acquisitions, growth, and expansion? That's what today is about, okay? So I just want to make sure everyone understands. And what we're going to try to do today is put forth different speakers so that we can come up with a game plan and a pathway for minorities, DBEs in this region, because we cover the Mid-Atlantic, which includes Delaware, New Jersey, northern part of Maryland, and Pennsylvania. So just want to make sure that we understand that even though this might feel political, it is not. So thank you very much. So we're going to start off. Iola, are you ready? I talk too fast? I'm a Texan.
We're going to welcome the panelists in. So we have, obviously, Della Clark is going to be co-moderating. Please welcome me in joining the co-moderator, Shelby Scales. We have Portia Allen Kyle, a senior advisor in the Office of Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Transportation. Leslie Richards, CEO and General Manager of the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transit Authority. And you may have noticed that somebody's missing, and that is U.S. Department of Secretary Pete Buttigieg. And he's going to kick off our panel with opening remarks.
I am absolutely delighted that our Secretary of Transportation is here. I don't know if you know how historic this moment is. So please give him a round of applause again.
Well, thank you. Good morning. It is exciting for us to be here, the home of American Bandstand. I have been reminded, which is great, because we are here to help make a new generation of stars in entrepreneurship and wealth building for the country. So I so appreciate the chance to start my day with you. I want to thank everyone at the Enterprise Center for hosting us, and I want to thank all of my fellow panelists for the discussion we are about to have. As you heard as they were introduced, my colleagues from the department, Portia Allen Kyle, our senior advisor in the Office of Civil Rights, and my colleague Shelby Scales, director of our Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, Della Clark, who just spoke, who I know will be providing a lot of insights here, and really looking forward to connecting our ideas with the perspective from Leslie Richards from SEPTA. Let me also acknowledge Congressman Evans. Thank you for, there you are, just on the other side of the flag. Thank you for your leadership and for welcoming us to Philadelphia. All of the elected and appointed leadership who care about this shared purpose. And I'm so thankful to my colleagues across the Department of Transportation and in other agencies like the Small Business Administration and the Minority Business Development Agency that are playing such an important role and that we are partnering with in unprecedented ways. I want to thank the Mid-Atlantic Small Business Transportation Resource Center hosted here at the Enterprise Center for the great work that they've been doing and for helping us get here today. And to our audience, to the community of small businesses, contractors, capital providers, technical assistance experts, state and local partners, thank you so much for being here. We are here because this is a once-in-a-lifetime, historic, generational moment of investment in America's transportation infrastructure. And we will not have another chance to get it right at this scale. We're an administration that is absolutely committed to supporting small business, to advancing equity with every tool at our disposal, and that includes in our contracting. And I know that the voices and the faces represented here understand this because you live it. Infrastructure projects create good-paying jobs. They create contracting opportunities that generate income for families that then makes it possible for Americans to send their kids to college, to buy homes, to build intergenerational wealth for the future. A few months ago, I was able to meet with some of the workers who are working on new metro lines and airport improvements in Los Angeles. And a number of them were born and raised in that zip code, that same zip code as the airport, but grew up not knowing that those good-paying jobs could be for them until the right kind of programming brought them into the fold. Many of them had no family background in construction or engineering. Some of them were previously justice involved, and now all of them had, you could feel the pride and the belonging that their work gave to them, and a long-term economic trajectory, peace of mind about their future in addition to that good paycheck. I've engaged with business leaders like a Hispanic-owned civil engineering firm in Virginia who got help from an SBTRC just like this one, and then went on to partner with prime contractors on a number of road construction projects so that their business grew from 28 people and $1.3 million in revenue in 2019 to 70 people and $18 million in revenue now. That is the power of the kinds of opportunities that are emerging in infrastructure. And we've seen how when the contracts are equitably distributed, it can benefit an entire region. I often think of the historic example of how a single set of projects in Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, created so much work that it helped to establish one of the strongest black middle classes in the country. And that happened largely because leaders at that time made sure that black workers and business owners had a seat at the table and a chance at the work that was being created. Now, that happened a generation ago under Mayor Maynard Jackson, but when we were in Atlanta to look at the new round of improvements that they were doing, we sat down with the businesses that were involved, and many of them explained how they got their start with that opportunity a generation ago, and we're growing even more today. So right now, we've got to ensure access and fairness in contracting with the thousands and thousands of projects that we're supporting through the President's bipartisan infrastructure law that the President signed just almost a year ago. And I recognize, as every business owner in this room knows, it is challenging to participate in infrastructure opportunities, especially for small, disadvantaged businesses and for DBEs, from bonding requirements, lack of access to capital, challenges with workforce development, certification processes that are not exactly user-friendly or easily exchanged between states and between federal and state government. We understand that these barriers stand in the way, and we're committed to working with you to tear them down. And we acknowledge that the federal government can be a better partner than we've been in the past. We're committed to doing that. And we are thrilled with the opportunities in front of us. That's why our Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization is hosting trainings and capacity building activities, events like the one we're at right now that are going to help more businesses succeed in your contracting efforts. It's why we are revamping our entire DBE program rule. In fact, we just extended the public comment period to October 31st. So we are counting on your experiences and your stories. If you haven't yet weighed in the public comments, please consider doing so, because that will shape the final rule. We want to modernize that program. We want to make sure it fits the moment. We've streamlined our procurement forecast so you have access to an easy-to-use database of contract opportunities across the department. And it's why we've signed 3 new MOUs with our colleagues at the other agencies, SBA and MBDA, which will help, among other things, with access to capital and coordination on surety bonding that we know is a big issue. It's why we created a new internal procurement equity dashboard so that decision makers can look at direct spending to make sure we're hitting our own small business goals as an agency. And as of today, I'm proud to share that we have a target that was an ambitious target set under President Biden to expand federal contracting direct spend to 20% going to small disadvantaged businesses. And I'm proud to share with you that as of today, we are exceeding that 20% goal and getting ready to reach for even higher heights. We're helping states, and we're pleased to support a partnership of states that recently announced they are going to be the first movers signing the Equity Infrastructure Project Pledge, committing to making more opportunities available to DBEs. And we're emphasizing this conversation also when we are talking to businesses of all sizes. So the message that I'm offering in this room is the same as the message that is on my mind when I'm speaking to the largest primes and engineering companies in the country. It'll be the same as the message I have when I'm speaking to state DOT directors later on this week. It is something that's going to require everybody to be part of the solution. So we know the opportunity in our hands. We also know the work ahead. And nothing would make me prouder than to run into some of the businesses represented here a few years later and hear that this moment, this season, these opportunities transformed your ability to grow and thrive. So remember to come up to me after those success stories become a reality when we cross paths in the future. I won't monologue any longer because we've got a great panel ahead, but again, I'm really looking forward to this discussion and to the opportunities we can create together. And with that, I will turn it over to our moderators to lead the discussion and go take my seat, which I'm guessing is that empty one right in the middle. Thank you again for the chance to kick off the day with you.
The secretary, got me on? Secretary, you brought up certifications. And that is an area that I want to make you aware that I want the minority businesses in the room to stand up. I think the secretary needs to know who's a minority business in this room. Please stand up, okay? You heard him mention $80 million in another city. We want to make sure that all of these entrepreneurs standing up here, they can do 80 million or more, right? And our city needs that. So, Secretary, you are looking at entrepreneurs who are hungry, who have capacity, but they need 2 things. They need access to capital, and they need access to contracts. You mentioned 20%. I didn't clap. I want them to have 80% of that 100%, right? Right? So these are the job creators for our region, and we need them to grow because Philadelphia needs to create new jobs and get people back to work. And these are the people that can do it if we can bring capital and contracts.
That's why we're here, and we're excited. And again, it's inspiring to actually be with the business leaders that we're working to empower. So we look forward to this vision. There's a contagious energy here to what you see in the future of this community, and we want to take these practices all around the country.
I know you met Leslie. Leslie came out, and Leslie walked with me from the Enterprise Center up to 52nd Street, over to 48th and Spruce, and back to the Enterprise Center. Now, I was huffing and puffing, but she was walking really good, right? Good shoes. Right. And so I want you to know that Leslie and I already started thinking about how we can partner together and how we can work together. Because as I mentioned to you, there's two transportation nodes, 46 and 52nd. And those two make this area a transit-oriented development. So Leslie, why don't you tell the Secretary some of the things that you're thinking about?
Sure. Thanks. Thanks so much. And Secretary, it's wonderful to be talking to you directly on these very important issues. And so Della was explaining all the investment that she's been working very hard with her and her team in this area. And there's a lot of opportunity here. And people are seeing it. They're investing in old buildings. They're bringing their companies. She has national companies, I'd say international. We saw J.P. Morgan moving in on 52nd Street, something that I don't think we would have seen 5-10 years ago. And it's because people believe in Della and what she's doing, and people believe in the work that's being done here in Philadelphia. Obviously, SEPTA services this area as well. One of our main subway lines, the Market Frankfurt line, goes right up Market here. It stops at 46, and it stops right near on 52nd as well. And so we know we want to bring people to opportunities. That's what we're about, connecting people to opportunities, and that's what Della has been doing as well. So we're really excited. We've been involved in the Equity and Infrastructure Project. We've been one of the first 5 signers, working with Phil Washington out of Denver, working with Dorville Carter out of Chicago, working with Southern California agencies as well. And we're so proud, because why this is different this time is because we have a historic investment, right, that is made with the bill. And not only can we invest in infrastructure, and I've heard you talk about how we deserve better infrastructure, right? We travel around the country, we see what other countries have, and we deserve that here in the United States. So not only can we invest in at historic levels, but with the promise of President Biden's Justice 40 initiative, we can make sure that more dollars, more contracts go to historically underutilized businesses more than ever before. And this is about building generational wealth. It's about making sure people have opportunities, firms have opportunities that have not had them before. And so we are working in a serious way. And we have definite ways in which we are going to make all that happen. And so we'll make sure that no one leaves here today without understanding new opportunities that are coming this way, how SEPTA and others, and I have to give a shout out obviously to the City of Philadelphia. I see Mayor Kenny right here and his administration, Mike Carroll, our board members, and Deb Mahler, also part of Kenny's administration. We're working together because we know important projects that are important to the City of Philadelphia, to SEPTA, to those who live here, is important to everybody. And I'll just end with this. For us, this is personal. This is the largest, poorest city in the United States. We have an opportunity to lift people out of poverty. We have an opportunity to give firms opportunities they've never had before. And we are going to make a transformational change here in the Philadelphia region, and we're going to be a national model doing it. So we're very excited.
So I mentioned to the Secretary that he had come to the hood today here at 46 and Market. And Secretary, I want you to know that, neighborhoods like this and communities in this part of Philadelphia have always received program dollars, but they've never received investment capital. And when you talk about infrastructure, we need investment capital. We don't need program. The entrepreneurs that stood up in front of you today, they do not want to participate in another single program. Am I right? Right? They want capital, and they want to prove capacity and get opportunities to capital. And so it's very important that we stop looking at, everybody uses the word underserved. I use the word low wealth. We need to bring wealth to these communities. Shelby, you going to help?
Yeah, I do, and I want to volley over to my secretary. But one of the things that the secretary has really pushed our team on, particularly as we are developing our equity strategy, is partnering with our federal partners. And we have some of them in the audience today who are dealing with just that issue. We have MBDA, if you'll raise your hand and wave at the audience as well. We also have Founders Impact, if you'll stand and wave, as well as Sam Boyd from SBA, who's a detail from SBA. So one of the things that our secretary was able to do with our administrator Guzman was really help us negotiate how we work together to create an SBIC for DOT. And so we're very, very proud of that. We're going to take that and continue to bring our equity partners through our leadership of Sam Boyd in the audience today to do just that, Della, to make sure that we're not just offering loans at the community level, but that we are also on a federal level looking at our partnership with Treasury, looking at our partnership with SBA, and investing dollars to go and match and align with the bipartisan infrastructure law as well. So I did want to kind of volley it over to you because I know you've been very instrumental to helping us pull that together and pull that to the table.
Thanks, Shelby. That's exactly right. We've got to make sure we have all of the different pieces on the federal side, first of all, working together. There's so much expertise at SBA. There's so much commitment at MBDA, which sits in the Department of Commerce. But the federal organization chart isn't always great at cutting across those kinds of silos. When you're a mayor, as Mayor Kenny well knows, you don't get to think about housing one month, and then transportation the next month, and then business development the month after that. These things are all exquisitely interconnected, and we're very mindful of that, and we're trying to make sure that our strategy reflects that. But the other thing, and this is why I'm so glad that SEPTA is here, and this is why we're talking so much to our state partners, is the truth is I'm very proud of our direct spending work, the fact that on direct dollars where we, US DOT, issue a contract, that we're upping our game in terms of SDB engagement. And yes, we're taking that 20% as a floor, not as a ceiling. But for every dollar that we actually write a contract, there's something like 10 that are going out to Pennsylvania DOT, to SEPTA, to City of Philadelphia when they succeed on a grant application. Our state and local partners and transit agencies are making a lot of these calls too. And we recognize that as an obligation. If the dollars are coming out of our building and flowing out to these project partners, we need to be teaming up with these partners to be teaming up with you. And that also means building capacity. So we have a responsibility not just, I know utilization is the term of art in it's even written into the name of OSDBU, it's written into a lot of our programs. But it's not just utilization of the capacity that's there, it's growing the capacity that could be there. We're about to move $1 trillion through the economy of the United States of America. Shame on us if 5 years later, after $1 trillion moved, we got the same number of minority-owned businesses of the same size that we had before. The denominator's got to get bigger too, and it will, with your help and with our help. And that's part of what we're teaming up to do with all these specific tools that we're talking about today.
So Shelby, if you heard the secretary talk about how at the federal level it's somewhat fragmented, it's fragmented for the entrepreneurs too, as they try to navigate and maneuver through this system because the ecosystem is not friendly for them, right? And time and money is important to them, how they navigate. How can we improve that? We need intermediaries and conveners that really focus on procurement during this historic moment.
Absolutely. I'm going to start with one part of our approach, and that is, again, working with our MBDA centers, our small business centers with SBA, our women's business centers, our very own SBTRC centers, all these acronyms. I apologize, audience, for we love acronyms. But also the White House under the Biden administration has pulled together about 50 private sector foundations and financial institutions under the umbrella called Economic Opportunity Coalition. So you'll see real soon in the next 60 days a concierge platform that will be rolling out. That will be a one-stop shop for small businesses to go and find you and find access to capital, find bonding classes, et cetera, et cetera. We definitely see the need to reconcile all of the programs and the resources and the efforts. And so we're really leaning into our private sector to help us use technology to address that as well. But I also want to lean over a little bit to Portia, because Portia, I know you've been working with our equity program as well, our equity plan with our Department of Civil Rights, and there's a role to play also, to your point, on enforcement as well as monitoring. How do we work with our subrecipients and our state DOTs, our Office of Civil Rights at that level, to make sure that they are connecting with our small businesses and providing the resources and the access at that point?
Yes, thank you, Shelby. And, you know, to build on what the Secretary was saying in terms of partnerships and our responsibility and role in there, it's our responsibility to get our recipients to step it up, like with, for lack of a better term or a term of art, right? So we're working with them, you know, to not just on what the role is in terms of compliance and with civil rights laws and our non-discrimination programs, et cetera, but we're, you know, building capacity and training on how should you be setting DBE goals? How should you be, when you have money, you know, and resources to distribute, how are you evaluating Justice 40, you know, that was mentioned, which, you know, says for our department-covered programs that 40% of the benefits of federal funding in these programs should be flowing to I know you hate underserved, but part of this is in the language, right, to underserved communities. And so, and in those processes, and it is our, I know it was mentioned, you know, kind of tired of taking another class, like, but it's our role to build up the technical assistance for our recipients so that they're, you know, getting schooled and, you know, being trained and raising the bar on how to engage communities, how to engage business owners, how to create partnerships, you know, as part of that project development early on in the process, not just, you know, when you're kind of, and early on in the process, really sometimes at the MPO and the planning stages regionally, as funding is being thought about and where to go and prioritize across regions, across cities, across, you know, communities. And so our role in that process is, you know, one that is unique but fun and comprehensive, and making sure and ensuring the tools for equitable distribution and accountability through those mechanisms. And so we've been ramping up that strategy, upping our commitments, pounding the pavement across the country, you know, to attend events like these and many others all over the place, to make sure that we are getting the word out that we're kind of in a new day on civil rights and programmatic enforcement and oversight. And like, this is the wave. We have the leadership of the Secretary, and it is, you know, a really wonderful, momentous opportunity that we have, and our responsibility to make sure that we live up to it.
Portia, the entrepreneurs that stood up, they are go mode. We selected them because they're in a go mode. They're ready now. They don't need any technical assistance. They don't need any training. They just need the opportunity. Am I correct? Right? And so what we want to hear, particularly these entrepreneurs, they want to be primes. But I want you to know that there are still biases as these contracts are reviewed and select the finalists, that many of these minorities are overlooked, and they have to relegate to being a sub. And they don't want to be sub because they're in a go mode. They have capacity, right? We need to be a better connector. And I need to work with your office and your office and your office and your office to make sure that there's expediency for these contracts, because Philadelphia really needs it, right? You heard Leslie talk about the poverty and the job creation we need to have in our city. And they stood up, right? So our conversation should be, how do we take these go mode entrepreneurs and get them on a fast track, right?
Two things I want to leave you with today. We are in go mode also. And thanks to this administration, thanks to this secretary, we have the time, and the time is now. It is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. So SEPTA is doing two major things we've never done before. Number one is we are providing a micro-purchasing platform, which we've never had before. We're opening it up to small businesses. We're starting small because we want to lay a strong foundation. But by the end of this month, we'll be offering opportunities for small businesses to be primes. It's going to start at the $3,000 level, and I know that might sound small right now, but within a few months, it'll be up to $25,000. And in a few months after that, we intend to keep increasing the numbers. We want to get it out, and we want to get it out now. We didn't want to wait until we were ready, because the money is here, and we want to spend it, and we want to figure out how to do it and how to do it right. So that is starting in just a few weeks. Number two is we're working very closely. You heard me mention my colleague Dorval Carter, who's the CEO of the Chicago Transit Authority. We have been working in lockstep. Our SEPTA team, and if I could just ask our SEPTA team to raise their hands so you'll know who they are. We have a bunch of SEPTA people here, including Chief of Staff Liz Smith, including Nathan Heitzman, who's been helping us with this. Yeah, go ahead, stand up.
and turn
If you
around.
need more information, this is who you want to go to. I want to make sure everyone understands who you want to go to. And for the first time ever, we are working with a reciprocal business certification program with Chicago. What that means is that very soon, all certified businesses, small businesses in Philadelphia who can do work at SEPTA will automatically be able to do work with Chicago Transit. Billions of dollars that is already planned. They're a little bit ahead of us on major projects, right? So again, we wanted to make sure that those of you who are up and running and ready to go, you had the big projects that you could go while we figure out and ask the federal administration for more money for our big projects. Chicago is already in the pipeline. We anticipate this, and we know it's going to be a national model, how others work more closely together. So we are very excited. It also means that those in Chicago will be able to do business with us. So automatically, we'll be expanding the pool, we'll be expanding the scope, we'll be expanding the number, we'll be expanding the dollars. We'll be hitting well over that 20% mark, and we're very excited about it. So make sure you talk to us afterwards if you have any questions, and please keep your ears open because the next couple of weeks are going to be pretty exciting with a lot of new announcements and deadlines and things to do. And we're not sitting on our hands here. We are ready. We're ready for you.
So, Della, I would say, too, from DOT's perspective, certainly the Office of Civil Rights have been doing a number of community of practice events and series all around the country with our state DOTs, really helping them push the envelope, much like our Secretary asked us to do on direct procurement. Our Office of Civil Rights are working with the Offices of Civil Rights at the state level to really, number one, make sure that they're educated on goal setting and how to really look at the market and analyze the market for folks like you. So we do need you to be certified. We do need you to be present so that we can account for you is one thing. Another thing that our office has been doing, we've been doing a number of roundtables with state DOT secretaries and with state DOT procurement officers as well to, number one, give the message from USDOT that we're really serious about our equity plan and we're really serious about them really doing outreach and trainings and providing the access that we know is available to them. And we're not just leaning on them to come back with all the numbers and to do all the heavy work. We're also bringing our partners from the federal level and our resources from the federal level to the local markets as well. So when you say access to capital, we are definitely leaning into the Treasury Department and SBA and others who have those resources and need to be very targeted of where they invest, much like they've invested in your SBIC, but where they invest to help us to get the bill done. So we're trying to do a number of things, and I would encourage all of you businesses in the audience, please make sure that you're visiting with SEPTA, that you're visiting with your state DOT, and that they know that you're out there, that they have your capability statements. We certainly want to do business with you on a direct procurement level as well. I know our secretary is getting ready to up our goal again, but that's okay. We're going to rise to the challenge. So make sure that your partners, your stakeholders, your entities have your capability statements, know that you're out there, and as you say, they know that you're in go ready. What does that mean? That you can produce your bond readiness, right? And that you can show your experience on your contracts as well. So if there's anything that the OSIBU office can do, if there's anything that our Office of Civil Rights can do, our partners at SEPTA, at Pennsylvania DOT, we stand ready to lock arms with you. But we also need to hear from you. If you are knocking on doors and that door is not being opened or not having access, we want to know that as well, because we can certainly work through our local partners, either the Enterprise Center, or we can work through our regional grants partners that have accountability to meeting our goals as well. So I just want to make sure that you all know that we're coming at this from a multi-pronged approach. There's no one straight fix to getting everybody engaged. We need to hear from you. We need to look at creative ways of doing our program, and thank you so much for teaming up with CTA as well. We look forward to that model, and I know our Office of Civil Rights are looking forward to how that's going to work out on our certification piece as well. So thank you.
So all of my questions and comments really have been in the form of speaking for the entrepreneurs. That's the job I do every day, is speak on their behalf. And so I just want to be clear, Shelby, as we talk about capital, that again, these are clients that have capacity. They're not looking for small amounts of money, right? We want the ones that stood up to be able to do mergers, acquisitions. We're talking about millions of dollars, right? We need to make sure that access to capital is large amounts of money. You know, when you're getting ready to do a merger acquisitions, you have due diligence costs, you want expert legal fees. There's a lot of things associated with growth that these small businesses struggle to pull that together, which is why a lot of their transactions go sideways, right? And so what we want to do is we need to focus on millions of dollars for these entrepreneurs, not thousands of dollars. Did I say that correct, entrepreneur? Thank you. Right.
I think we hear you.
And
Well, this is my only opportunity, Secretary.
no,
So-
we hear that loud and clear, and we think that opportunity is there, but we do need to hear a couple things I'll mention. One, I know there are so many stories from businesses that are aware that opportunities exist, but it feels like you already have to be kind of on the inside in order to have any access. That there are lots of ways, formal and informal, that project sponsors, even well-intentioned ones, just out of habit, go where they're used to going. Even if that's no longer the best place to get your needs met, and certainly the best place to grow who gets a chance at this work, right? So we're trying to open that up with some of the tools we have. That's what these procurement tools are about. Make sure it is clear as day what the opportunities are now, and try to give you a bit of a preview on what the opportunities are that are coming soon. Because part of the beauty of the infrastructure package is that it creates a pipeline. It's not just this year went well, hope we get some funding next year. It's years and years worth of work that you can use not just to plan the future of a transit system or the future of a city streetscape, but also the future of the private sector that's going to help build that, because you know that there's more work coming. The workers you are recruiting and training will know that there is more opportunity for them, and that it's worth participating in the apprenticeship program or the hiring program or the education opportunity that's being offered at a local partner like the community colleges we're working with. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. The other is again, to return to the importance of us getting direct input from these entrepreneurs in processes, including the official formal process underway right now, where we're taking that written comment that becomes part of the record. What are the biggest things that need to change? I mean, the scope, in fact, I should probably ask Shelby and or Portia to talk a little bit about the things that are going to be up in this rulemaking. Because so many of the things we're hearing about, personal net worth, certification, prompt payment, and cash flow. The things we're hearing about, many of these are contemplated in the rule that we're about to overhaul. And so it's a great time to get those stories on the table so that we can make sure that the mechanism is working better for the businesses who's intended to help. Can you share a little bit about some of the things that are going on in that rule?
I'm going to ask
Or
Portia to
Portia.
do, but I want to also add to your comment, not just the stories of what's not working, but recommendations. And recommendations from entities like yours who are working with them every day. We need to hear from you about best practices as well. Portia?
And and success stories. We had a great meeting a few weeks ago with the National Association of Black Women in Construction, sharing success stories, not just horror stories. We'll take the horror stories so we can tear down barriers. But, you know, how did somebody get from being a sub to being a prime? How did somebody get that experience where they weren't just brought along on a project to check a box, but actually got to do the work that they trained and got into this field in order to actually do and grow and get challenged in the right ways? So sorry, but I just wanted to jump in with that too.
That is absolutely correct, and so no apologies needed. So again, it is open until October 31st, and I guess want to just address, providing comments sounds like a really daunting task. It is not. There is no formality required. You do not need to, write a big fancy letter. Like, please go online, come to our website. You can find it, find a link from DOT's Office of Civil Rights website, or go through regulations.gov and search for NPRM, stands for Notice of Public Rulemaking. Specifically on our DBE program, so that's our Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, and our AC DBE program, so our Airport Concessions DBE program through FAA. And so, as the Secretary mentioned, some of the things that are up and open, and we want to hear about everything, but specifically the personal net worth, we hear and see and understand that is, a barrier to growth. Especially when you've been a part of a program, been able to take, advantage, and suddenly you're successful and then you're out on your own. And so between that, the streamlining, we've heard about, reciprocity issues. Those are, things to be addressed. We're, especially looking for feedback between our DBE process and the 8A process through SBA. We are, the enforcement aspect is something that has come up and we've received a lot of input on and want to learn more, especially in terms of recommendations as to what that can look like. So, we're using our tools and our technical assistance to state DOTs and our recipients to talk about bringing business owners like you to the table in other processes, like through public involvement. You all are meaningful parts of community. You should be a part of the outreach and community engagement in those transportation decision-making processes, but also then how we need that feedback, from your experience as business owners and implementers and doers of the work as well. And so, again, nothing formal required. Please log on, share your thoughts. We just need to hear them. And the way in which comments are consolidated, we need to hear from as many people as possible on these experiences. And are looking forward to seeing some of your names in the record at the close on October 31st.
So I really want to encourage, you heard Portia, encourage the entrepreneurs to follow up, because we talk a lot about certification, about size and standard, assets. So now is the time to put your comments in. So I really encourage you, when you leave here today, to go by before October 31st and put your comments in. I want to thank this panel. I could go on and on, and I'm just so excited about the Secretary being here and the opportunity to really get him to tell me what he's going to do for us here in Philadelphia. And you heard Leslie, I'm going to stalk her, okay? I'm going to get everything you need. All right. And I have worked with Portia, so we will continue to work again. And Shelby, I work with Shelby often. And so I'm going to have you guys leave, because we want the Secretary to be welcomed by the mayor before he leaves the stage, all right? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time today.
Hey, Pete, Pete.
Thank you, panelists. I'd like to ask that you remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome up Mayor Kenny for remarks.
Hello, dear. How are you?
How you doing?
Good to see see you. Good to see you. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Philadelphia for those who are not from here. And thank you for joining us today and those tuning in online. So I want to thank Della and the Enterprise Center for hosting today's event and for their continued partnership. And thanks to Leslie Richards and everyone at SEPTA for their commitment to improving transportation practices to benefit all Philadelphians and nearby counties. So thank you for your work. I also want to acknowledge again the Biden-Harris administration and Secretary Buttigieg for their vision, leadership to address critical equity, safety, and climate needs throughout the bipartisan infrastructure deal in a once-in-a-generation investment. As you heard the prior session, they really understand that when we are talking about the infrastructure that makes up our city, we're talking about more than just the roads we travel on or the pipes that deliver clean water to our homes. We are also talking about the people who build them. With this new enormous level of funding for construction projects across the city, this bill not only represents a huge opportunity to improve our aging bridges and roads, but also elevate minority business by ensuring they get a fair, equitable shot at contracts on these projects. Here in Philadelphia, we have embraced the President's challenge to use this federal investment as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to grow Black and brown business and to address the historic wrongs the past infrastructure policies and investments have created, often dividing and marginalizing communities of color. Like many other public agencies across the country, Philadelphia is committed to increasing the number and size and proportion of contracts going to historically underutilized businesses or hubs in the infrastructure space. We are proud to have joined SEPTA in signing the Equity in Infrastructure Pledge, reinforcing our commitment to equity and infrastructure. These have been some of our priorities from the beginning, as we've seen in our Rebuild program, which is bringing transformative upgrades to community infrastructure like our parks, recreation centers, and libraries. And we're also very proud of Rebuild's 62% spend on diverse business. I know it's not 80, Della, but we're working to get to that number. But 62% of our spend has been on diverse businesses, which I think should be acknowledged and understood that that's a big change in where we've been. This is a great foundation we are building from. We know the systems must be put in place to ensure these investments are mobilized in a way that dismantles, not recreates, the structural barriers that have marginalized and excluded too many for too long. This is why last week the City of Philadelphia appointed a new Director of Federal Infrastructure Strategy to lead our city's infrastructure solutions team, a cross-departmental group who will ensure that bipartisan infrastructure law builds wealth for all Philadelphia residents. We're working closely with partners to make sure Philadelphia is prepared and receives a fair share of infrastructure dollars. In a city as old as Philadelphia, projects for our aging infrastructure include structures built as far back as the early 1800s, representing some of the city's oldest existing buildings. Now, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure deal, our city and our country will finally be able to transform outdated planning, rail, roads, bridges, and public transit. We are proud to join today's symposium, reinforcing our commitment to equity and infrastructure, and look forward to continuing to support with real actions our diverse entrepreneurs and workers, especially in Philadelphia's historically, I won't say underserved communities. That's my staff's fault, it's not mine, I apologize. Let me tell you, I know Della talked earlier about generational wealth, building capital, building equity, but let me give you a personal experience I had 2 months ago or so. I attended a graduation ceremony in South Philadelphia of an organization called NOMO, the NOMO Foundation, and Anton Moore's group. There were about 30 young men of color who graduated from a 20-week program in varying skills of construction. And all of them graduated, all of them showed up, and many of them had interaction with the criminal justice system in the past. Not all, but some. I went to the graduation ceremony, and I understand that when you graduate from this program, you get a union card. This is not just one of those training programs where you go away after they train you. You will actually have either a laborer's union card, a carpenter's union card, but you will be a member of one of those unions. And I went to the event, and I stayed there the whole time. Usually, sometimes when you're mayor, you come in, you make your comments, and then you go. But I decided I needed to stay because I needed to see and feel what was going on in that room. It was palpable. The change in those young men and the pride that they had in each other, because all the students sat together and they were all ribbing each other, and as they were calling people out for various awards, they were razzing them, but it was a brotherhood. It was a brotherhood of people who actually became to respect each other as opposed to being opposed to each other in the street. And the other part of it is that the families that all came, the moms, the dads, the little kids, the aunts, the uncles, grandparents, you could see the pride that they had in this graduation ceremony. The entire room was beaming with just positivity. And that's what this infrastructure bill can do. Not only raise and rise all boats when it comes to the actual owners of the companies, but the people who will work for you and will work for other folks, that life has changed. That's a $30, $40 an hour job with health benefits and a pension. And it's something that gives you pride in yourself. When you get up in the morning, you want to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and get to that job. And the other thing that happens is your children see you doing that same thing, and they know how to move forward in life in a dignified way. I think this is, as everyone said up here in the last panel, this is a generational opportunity to change what we're struggling with in our city on our streets. And the way that you keep the violence down, the way that you keep the carnage down, the way that you keep the sadness and brokenheartedness down is to get all of these kids trained to the point where they can go out to work every single morning and bring a paycheck home that buys a house, sends their kids to school, takes a week vacation wherever they want to go, and that is the difference. And I think this is the time, and we have an opportunity, and we should not blow it, and we should not allow this administration not to come back. Whenever, I don't want to be political, but I will be. We have to make sure they come back, because if they don't come back, it's going the other way, and we will be mired in this mess forever. So I just want to thank you for what you've done and what you're doing here, but I really want you to understand it has personal impact on individual lives that actually save their lives and keep them out of trouble and give them a path to a wonderful, dignified work career. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kenny. Thank you, Delacroix. I'd like to welcome up Associate Administrator for Government Contracting and Business Development of the U.S. Small Business Administration, Bibi Hidalgo.
Good morning, Philadelphia. I'm so excited to be here because it is here exactly where I started to do this precise work 12 years ago. And at the time I was working for President Obama, and we got a call from the White House saying, we're getting hit hard on Recovery Act contracting, and we need to do something more and fast. And so Ms. Della Clark and I put our heads together. It was the first time I met her. And we put a big event here. At the time, it was with Mayor Nutter and several different agencies to really focus in on minority business contracting. And it was at that time that I really fell in love with this issue and actually did a complete 180 in my career, because I recognized just what an incredible impact this has on our nation. I see Mr. Bruce Katz there, who's also a fellow partner of ours at SBA. And so this was where we got our start, and I was standing in the back there waiting to come in, and I saw this West Wing is dedicated to one of the original founders of the MPDA. And I said, good for them. They're calling it the West Wing because this is ground zero, just like the West Wing. So you have an extraordinary center here. And so I want to say very thank you to Senior Executive Vice President Eola Harper for the kind introduction. And a special thanks again to Enterprise Center President Ms. Della Clark and the entire Pennsylvania Minority Business Development Center, and the Small Business, of course, Transportation Research Center. Ms. Shelby Scales is an extraordinary partner of ours. And for bringing us together today to focus on the important role that government contracting can play in empowering firms in your community. I also want to thank Secretary Buttigieg, who you heard from moments ago, for his commitment to small and disadvantaged business contracting at DOT and across the United States government. Under his leadership, DOT has awarded more than $1.4 billion in contracts to minority-owned businesses in fiscal year 2021 alone. To put a finer point on that figure, more than half of all small business dollars spent by DOT in FY21 were awarded to small disadvantaged businesses, showcasing the department's commitment to equity in procurement. I'm also excited that Representative Dwight Evans has joined us today for this symposium. Congressman Evans is a strong advocate for the Philadelphia small business community in his role as a member of the House Small Business Committee. So thank you, Congressman, for all your work to ensure the federal government is investing in underserved communities under this administration. And finally, to all of the entrepreneurs and innovators in the audience today, thank you for taking that leap of faith into the unpredictable and challenging but endlessly rewarding world of business ownership. You form the bedrock of our communities, the backbone of our economy, and the baseline for upward mobility in the United States. You are in computer sciences, you're in engineering, biotechnology, manufacturing, and every industry that we as a nation depend on for our future and that our children are counting on us to deliver. I'm here today as Associate Administrator of Government Contracting and Business Development, the first woman ever appointed by the President of the United States to this role, and the first Latina woman as well. To highlight, thank you. To highlight how you continue to pave the way to prosperity in America, creating meaningful, quality jobs by partnering with our federal agencies. And I'm proud to share how SBA is serving and investing in you in return. And let me be clear, though, that we still have our work cut out, and we're counting on you to help us get there. Like many of you, I am no stranger to the highs and the lows of running a small business. As is often the case for entrepreneurs of color, when we're faced with the glass ceilings of corporate America or of the government, many branch out to start their own businesses, where we can be the CEOs and the presidents, where we can be the ones innovating and driving our country towards success. It was during that time that I learned many of the same lessons that have brought many of you here today. I learned how challenging it can be to land a contract, to make payroll, forgo health insurance when times are tough, and then to wait and wait for that first check to arrive. And with government contracting, landing your first contract can be an even greater challenge. But there is real power that comes with getting to say that the US government is one of your clients. After all, it is the biggest buyer in the world, with more than $560 billion in contracting each year. Each year. That's the equivalent of a bipartisan infrastructure law every other year. And it doesn't require legislation. It is there every year for purchasing power. And to make this happen, to focus more on minority businesses, it's exactly because of this immense potential for far-reaching investments in our nation's small businesses that I joined the Biden-Harris administration, and in particular that I joined the team of Administrator Isabela Casillas Guzman. Administrator Guzman and President Biden know that small businesses have so much to offer the federal government, and that's why it's incumbent upon my office at SBA, through important policy changes in DC, and through the dedicated work of the field team in our 68 district offices and all our resource partners, including the Minority Business Enterprise Center, to widen the doors of access and opportunity. In my office, we do this work on a national scale by monitoring the progress of all 24 cabinet and partner agencies as they all work towards the congressionally mandated goals for small business contracting. We are the only office within SBA that has this whole of government approach. And together with our partner agencies, that translates to almost $150 billion in small business contracts per year, including hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts right here in Philadelphia. And today, I'm excited to announce that in fiscal year 2021, the federal government doubled its contract spend with Philadelphia-based small disadvantages compared with fiscal year 2020. This renewed commitment to small business comes from the top. On day one of the administration, President Biden signed an executive order on equity in procurement, directing the federal government to overhaul its contracts with small and socioeconomic firms. Only a few months later, during his speech commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Tulsa Race Massacre, the president announced an all-of-government effort to grow federal contracting with small disadvantaged businesses to 15% by 2025. That adds up to tens of billions of additional dollars, representing a once-in-a-generation opportunity to invest in many of you. Because of this commitment to equity in procurement, SBA was able to work with the White House and our partner agencies last year to enact a series of major policy changes for federal contracting to ensure the small and disadvantaged firms have a strong footing on which to compete in the federal marketplace. These changes improve on 5 key areas: access, delivery, accountability, the playing field, and transparency, or as we have come to call it in my office, adapt. First, access. SBA and the White House are now tracking new entrants to the federal marketplace to expand the domestic supplier base and reverse more than a decade and a half of decline in the number of small businesses contracting with the government. Delivery, as I mentioned earlier, President Biden committed this administration to raising the government's small disadvantaged business goal. We've already made great progress on this front, having reached our FY 2022 goal of 11% spend 1 year ahead of schedule. But we have to continue this push for equity this year and in the coming years to hit the president's bold 15% mark. Accountability. This is really important to us, and this is what we implemented during the presidency of Barack Obama, which was to put the small business goal into performance evaluations of senior executive staff. At that time, we were able to get it into 11 agencies. Now we've been able to get it in 23 out of the 24 agencies, and not just the small business goal, but all 4 socioeconomic goals are now in the performance evaluations of all buyers and contract officers across the federal government. We hope that reintroducing the goals to performance evals will spur even more set-asides for small and disadvantaged businesses, while also cutting down on the bundling of federal contracts. The playing field. We heard from many of you when Administrator Guzman and I were on the Biden-Harris transition team. This was a key issue that came up among constituency groups across the country. And my office fought for months on this. It's the issue of category management. Sounds good in theory, but we wanted to make sure that set-asides are being followed and to add new guardrails and even more windows of opportunity for small firms to work directly with the federal government. Following nearly a year of work with the White House and OMB and our partner agencies, we were able to get all socioeconomic firms, more than 30,000 socioeconomic small businesses, that's all 8A firms, small disadvantaged firms, women-owned, service-disabled veteran, and HubZone, automatically included in Tier 2 of category management so that contracting officers are incentivized to follow small business preferences rather than bundle large contracts with corporations. And finally, transparency. For the first time in US history, SBA publicly released data on the percent of federal dollars that went to Black-owned firms, Latino-owned firms, Asian American, Native, and tribally owned small businesses. And we will continue to release this data on an annual basis. Analyzed by the SBA and broken down or disaggregated by race and ethnicity, this data represents an important tool that we can utilize to ensure equity and transparency are realized across the federal government. And this is where I say we have our work cut out for us. Never before were we allowed to say this publicly. But we are only at 1.6% Black-owned business contracting. We are only at 1.78% Latino-owned business contracting. We also need to make progress on Asian American and certainly tribal as well. By putting this out there, we know that we can have an honest conversation, and this is what President Biden wanted to see. After we negotiated this, again, for a year with all our partner agencies, the White House, OMB, even Department of Justice, White House Counsel, we realized it's time. Let's get it out there, and we can build from there. So I want to say, as small business owners, your entrepreneurial spirit is the driving force that will bring about a new set of circumstances in this country. It's you who will influence not only what happens in this country, you will influence what happens in your hometowns and in every town. And it's you who have the best stories to tell about the importance of investing in small businesses in every sector of the economy and every corner of the nation. Just imagine if we were able to double the percent of contracts going to Black-owned firms. We're now at 9 billion. I don't think any other entity in the world can even say that. I don't think so. I see Bruce shaking his head. I don't think so. Imagine if we got to 18 billion, what that would mean for communities across the nation. And again, for all other disadvantaged groups. So together, I know we can leverage this moment to transform your communities and your country, and by giving small businesses powerful tools to grow and adapt, to create jobs, and build an economy that works for everyone. Thank you to Philly for giving me my start. I'm so proud to be back here today. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to seeing how you continue to innovate and drive change in the months and years ahead.
Thank you. Associate Administrator Bibi Hidalgo. I'd like to welcome up to the mic Congressman Dwight Evans.
I'd like to say good morning. It's absolutely my pleasure to join this panel today and to add my voice to what Della Clark is attempting to do, or the Enterprise Center. And I say that very specifically because what she's trying to do is that we all support. And she's relentless, I want to especially say that about Della, in the effort that she provides. I see heads being shaken because they know she is relentless. But I need to say one other thing. Not too long ago, 2 years ago, prior to the president being elected, he met in this room. And he met in this room, and he stated to Della Clark at that time about the importance of building wealth in the African American community. But there's a connection to building that wealth. I differ with my good friend Della a little bit. I gotta say this, because I am going to talk political. It's called November the 8th. We need not to take that for granted. I sit on the Small Business Committee and the Ways and Means Committee. I sit on the committee because Democrats are in the majority. So in order to do the infrastructure that you heard today, we must have people vote. We must have people vote. We need never to take that for granted. Believe me, there are people, forces trying to reverse what we have accomplished. The President of the United States stated at the Congressional Black Caucus that he understands who has his back. That's what the President said at the Congressional Black Caucus. Well, if he said who understands, if we have his back, it is important that we recognize that voting participation is a part of having that back. We never want to take that for granted because we can make progress, but we can lose the progress by if the wrong forces are in charge. So I share with you, as a person who's there in Washington, we must value the aspect of voting participation and get people to understand the connection between building entrepreneurship and jobs is connected by that participation. We never must take that for granted. So I want to thank Della for allowing me to have this opportunity to speak to these issues. And again, I want to applaud all of you for your participation, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Congressman. We want to thank Mayor Kenny, Associate Administrator Hidalgo, Congressman Evans for joining us today to underscore the importance of investing in small businesses. I am thrilled to kick off the federal agencies panel. Please join me in welcoming the moderator for the DBE panel, DBE Program Specialist, and EIP Pledge Deputy at SEPTA, Nathan Heitzman. I'd also like to introduce Federal Rail Administrator Amit Bros, Federal Transit Administration Regional Administrator Teresa Terry Garcia, and Federal Aviation Administration Small Business Program Manager and Acquisition, Policy and Oversight, Alan Bresley.
Good morning, everyone. Come on, have you been to church? Good morning. Okay, good. Before I say anything else, I'd like to thank Director Scales and Peter Contekos from USDOT's Office of Small Disadvantaged Business Utilization for inviting Leslie and I to join you at the Enterprise Center, which houses, among other things, the Mid-Atlantic Small Business Transportation Resource Center. I'd also like to thank Della Clark and Iola Harper for their warm hospitality and all the work they've done to bring so many people together today. During the fireside chat earlier, my boss, Leslie, General Manager and CEO of SEPTA, shared a taste of what we're doing in support of the Equity and Infrastructure Project, which I'll be talking about as EIP if and when we talk about it. That's not the focus of this session, but it's one of the things that I think is a local initiative that's tied to the infrastructure spending, so it may come up. And she unpacked a bit about SEPTA's role as one of the founding 5 first mover agencies. I'm here as Leslie's deputy for the EIP initiatives, and as an EIP partner of Director Scales and Mayor Kenny, who signed the pledge in June, along with Leslie. The EIP pledge includes 5 bullets, 2 of which are focused on the kind of new actions we're taking to expand the small business element within SEPTA's DBE program. Our micro purchase program is basically a micro prime pipeline. Starting under $3,000, we're going to be doing business directly with small businesses, including DBEs. That's over 500 firms currently certified by SEPTA. 100% of each of those contracts done through that pipeline will be counted towards the DBE goal. So this is not an 80% counting, this is a 100% counting. Now, as micro primes, there's always a situation over time where if someone's doing a $100,000 contract and they only can do 60% and they need to sub 40%, then we might actually only be counting 60 in that case, but then you're still in the driver's seat. You're still the prime contractor or prime procurement professional. One of the things that Chicago Transit learned, that we learned from them, is when they first launched their program 8 years ago, they had firms not respond because they weren't used to being in the driver's seat. They weren't thinking like primes. They weren't thinking about the early bird gets the worm, so to speak. So the first lesson learned was we have to go and actually work with the firms to get them to think like primes. So one of the goals of this program is not just to make an opportunity of a size that you can do business with us today as market makers. Shout out to Mr. Katz. I read your newsletter, and I'm definitely using your language around market making. It's what we're trying to do. Sorry, this is beyond written comments. Let's jump back in. The third pledge bullet, beyond the micro-purchase pipeline and all that, is focused on, among other things, streamlining the administration of contracting and centralizing certification for historically underutilized businesses. EIP defines hubs, the HUBS designation, as including firms which formally are designated as DBEs, which the DOT's definition defines as small businesses, which is an SBA definition, owned and controlled by one or more minorities and or women, which are MWBEs essentially. However, the Unified DBE, Unified Certification Program, the UCP in Pennsylvania, only certifies firms in the PAUCP's directory as DBEs and or SBEs when they meet two separate size limits. One is currently set by US DOT at $28.48 million for certified DBEs seeking to participate on federal highway and transit assisted contracts. DBE must also meet the North American Industry Classification System Code specific size standards defined by the SBA, which range from an average gross receipt level of 1 to over $40 million, and from employment levels of 100 to over 1,500 employees. Now, two other certification types in our DBE directory are Airport Concessionaire, or AC DBE, and FAA only DBE. So I have to ask, has anyone noticed a pattern yet? What about SBA certs? What about VA? Other local programs? The challenge of understanding, much less streamlining, how federal agencies administer their procurement, contracting, supplier diversity, and certification programs becomes clearer when viewed through the lens of funding, in my experience, which is limited by comparison to the people on the panel here today. So the goal is to unpack the complexity a bit, and through things like EIP, to hopefully streamline some of that capacity. The agreement that Leslie was talking about earlier that we're working on with Chicago Transit will create a path to reciprocity between two agencies that can be scaled organically. That kind of program is hopefully a paperwork bridge, a way to do business between silos. Instead of having to go all the way down and go all the way up and try to get to whoever's at the top of the ivory tower, we're trying to build a bridge between the towers, okay? So it's time for introductions. First on my left here, Amit Bose, Administrator, Federal Railroad Administration. Mr. Bose serves as the Administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration. Previously, Mr. Bose worked at HNTB, an architectural and engineering firm, where he also served as Board Chair of the Coalition for the Northeast Corridor and on the New Jersey Restart and Recovery Advisory Council. He has previously served as Federal Railroad's Deputy Administrator, Chief Counsel, Senior Advisor, and Director of Government Affairs. The U.S. Department of Transportation experience he has previous to Federal Rail is as Associate General Counsel and Deputy Assistant Secretary for Government Affairs. Before that, he was at New Jersey Transit and also at New Jersey Department of Transportation. Definitely a transportation professional. For the left, we have Terry Garcia Cruz, FTA Region 3 Administrator, SEPTA's Administrator. Terry Garcia Cruz joined the Federal Transit Administration in February 2015 as Regional Administrator. She and her team oversee federal funding for 5 states in the Mid-Atlantic region and the District of Columbia. With 2 offices in Philadelphia and Washington, D.C., she guides a team of professionals who provide grant development, and program management that support community affairs. The total funding portfolio surpasses 16 million. 16, sorry, billion. I like to capitalize and underline things when I need to make emphasis, but in this case, I didn't overemphasize hers. I apologize. Would you like me to go on? We are here to talk about money, and we want to get the at least the right magnitude to what we're talking about. Billion is a lot more than a million. Terry asked me to keep it brief. Alan Bresley is here from the FAA. He's their small business program manager. Alan has been the manager of FAA's small business program for over 2 years now. Prior to that, Alan has had approximately 18 years of federal experience as a contracting officer, including 6 years with the FAA and 12 years with NAVAIR. Is that Navy? Is NAVAIR Navy?
Oh, Navy, yes.
Okay, cool.
I had 2 mics, so I'm glad I got the right one.
I spent 6 years in the Navy myself. So, we have a sense of who's on the stage. We're going to move into some questions, and we'll see where things go. The first question here is, can each panelist please discuss how their respective operating administration utilizes the 8A Business Development Program for increasing equitable contracting opportunities to small disadvantaged business firms? Administrator Cruz, would you go first?
Sure, Nathan. So let me just ask you in terms of process here. Are we also going to be doing the remarks, or do you want to just jump into the questions?
You are more than welcome to add. As far as I can tell, we have time.
We have time?
We have time.
All right. Then before jumping into the questions, if you don't mind and you can indulge the audience, we do have a few remarks that I think will be relevant in setting the stage for all of you, particularly as you go through some procurement opportunities. So if you don't mind, I'm going to turn it over to Amit.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Terry. First of all, I want to thank the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization at the Department of Transportation for working so hard in putting this event together, the first of many regional forums to come. So I am privileged to be here and join you all, and thank you for taking time out of your day to be with us. For the Federal Railroad Administration, to be here next to my colleagues, it's striking to me because in a lot of ways, transit and Federal Aviation Administration, railroads have been around longer in a sense, but when it comes to grants and funding in the federal government, we're actually the newer player. And that means that there's a lot of opportunities on the railroad side that the bipartisan infrastructure law will unleash, has unleashed. And I'm going to get into some of those specifics. The bipartisan infrastructure law, it was definitely a game changer for the Federal Railroad Administration. And we are looking to fund projects that are going to last for generations. Here on the Northeast Corridor, of which Philadelphia obviously is a key part, there's many bridges and tunnels that are over 100 years old that are in need of replacement, rehabilitation, and the funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law, specifically $24 billion for the federal-state partnership for the Northeast Corridor, will enable, for the first time in a long time, to provide stable, predictable funding to get those mega projects underway and completed. And unlike the other agencies here, FRA does not have or is not a part of a trust fund. We do not have continued funding on a regular basis. We have to rely on year-to-year appropriations. So the bipartisan infrastructure law came in and for the first time provided 5 years of advance appropriations, which is an absolute game changer for FRA. So I wanted to highlight those broad points. And I know that we have a tendency to get into the broad points, but let me lead off with some fine points about FRA. The first one is, in terms of our grant agreements that we're going to have and cooperative agreements, we are revising our clauses to encourage small business participation in federally assisted rail projects. And I will get into the specific programs that we're talking about so that you know, but that's a general point, is we're going to have that in our cooperative agreements and in our grant agreements. That clause will require recipients of federal funds to provide maximum practicable opportunities for small businesses, including veteran-owned small businesses and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. That change will also require recipients to submit plans explaining how they will implement the clause and periodically submit data to the FRA. This is going to help FRA better understand the flow of funds to small businesses and inform our future policy decisions. Now, in addition to that, we're going to be looking at businesses and we're going to be looking at our project partners to make sure that the funds that FRA provides that flow through FRA, about $130 million annually through our federal acquisitions to businesses and vendors, are something that we're paying really, really close attention to, and the numbers there. These awards obviously follow the acquisition guidance contained in the federal acquisition regulations, and FRA promotes existing and open market contracts to reach a mix of new and seasoned 8A and other small disadvantaged suppliers. Our acquisitions team has a small business specialist who assists with contracting, and we have plenty of contracting officers with small business experience. Our actions include outreach, retaining and sharing capability statements, and addressing industry questions. A lot of FRA's efforts also are with private sector entities, with the Class 1 railroads and the short lines. So the nature of what we do, not that we don't engage with public entities, but we do have a lot of engagement with the private sector. So I've made sure to talk to the Association of American Railroads, the Short Line Association, to make sure that they know that they need to open up opportunities for small businesses. And we also participate in outreach activities such as connecting marketplace buyer side chat sessions and virtual matchmaking Hub Zone Council annual conferences. We are very much focused on identifying and matching small business suppliers with the administration goals that we have. And this work is yielding results, as 48% of FRA's contract dollars awarded in fiscal year 2021 went to small businesses. FRA also regularly utilizes existing government-wide contracts, including GSA's new 8A STARS 3 and OASIS small business government-wide acquisition contracting vehicles. And with our procurement officer efforts, we welcome input on how we can better reach minority vendors and how we can more fully equip our partners to meet equity commitments. As you can see, it's a broad effort that we have. And again, we're very much standing up our programs. So let me give you a quick example of that. I mentioned the bipartisan infrastructure law. FRA has $66 billion that Congress provided to us, and the President obviously supported. Secretary Buttigieg made it clear to the operating administrations like FRA that we need to have equity in mind. We need to have economic opportunities in mind as we design our programs. We at FRA got $66 billion overall As I mentioned, $24 billion, that is the federal-state partnership for the Northeast Corridor grant program. Also, Amtrak got approximately $16 billion for their national network, and another $6 billion for Northeast Corridor-wide improvements, $6 billion there. We also have a federal-state partnership for national programs for $12 billion. We have the Grade Crossing Elimination Program that's $3 billion. And we have the Consolidated Railroad Infrastructure and Safety Improvements Act program also. We right now have an active solicitation. It's $1.4 billion. And just to give you an order of the magnitude of the changes at FRA, last year we awarded those dollars, or last year's program, we awarded those dollars in June. That was roughly $370 million. This year's program is $1.4 billion. So there is plenty of funding at FRA now. That Grade Crossing Elimination Program this year was $570 million. That application period closed, and we are actively reviewing those applications. The federal, state, national program, we're going to go out with that grant solicitation hopefully very soon. That is going to be roughly $2.3 billion. We are also going to go out with the Northeast Corridor inventory. We've been working with the Northeast Corridor Commission and the 8 states and the District of Columbia that comprise the Northeast Corridor. We're going to have a transparent list of projects along the Northeast Corridor that will be eligible for that federal, state, Northeast Corridor funding program. So a lot of grant programs. Now, in addition to grant programs at FRA, we are very interested in building a pipeline of projects. And that's where planning, pre-engineering work come into that. And I know there's a lot of firms that specialize in that type of activity. The Corridor Identification Program's intent is to build a pipeline of projects across the country, whether they're in concept, planning, environmental, so that we have a pipeline of projects, and we know, like we do on the Northeast Corridor, there's a list of projects that we know need to be funded. And we also know at the state departments of transportation in particular that many of them don't have robust rail departments. They're much more focused on highways, and of course there are transit agencies that have their focus on transit and buses. But when it comes to rail, we need those partners at the state departments of transportation. We also have an interstate compact program because intercity passenger rail a lot of times encompasses many states, and one state agency is not going to be the one to deliver a project. It's going to be multiple states. So we have a forum for that. We also have a program for restoration and enhancement projects. So on the Gulf Coast, for instance, we have, excuse me, we are trying to restore service between Mobile and New Orleans. That service to get up and running again that was knocked out by Hurricane Katrina will require startup funds, and actually there are operating funds that Congress provided to start up service if they're not immediately available, and that eventually disappear, but for startup costs, operating costs, there is money available. So Congress and the President have provided a lot of tools to Secretary Buttigieg and me to really revolutionize and transform rail infrastructure projects throughout this country, whether they're passenger, regional rail, or freight rail. And we look forward to working with you to implement that.
Excellent. Terry, do you want to unpack what FTA's been up to?
Sure. I'll unpack it. So first of all, on behalf of our FTA Administrator, Noria Fernandez, it's a pleasure to be with you today. I've been in your shoes, and I'll share a little bit about that in just a moment. But I do want to say that it's great to be with the administration now that really embraces diversity, inclusion, and business opportunities for all of you. It's an incredible time. We're excited, and I'm sure you're excited as well. And we have kind of bounced a lot of numbers at you, but in the next 5 years, so our secretary talked a little bit about growth, right? And so I think it's good to give you an example, and you've probably heard this number, but I think it's worth repeating. 108 billion, that's 108 billion, will be given to the public transportation industry. That is phenomenal. I've been in the industry for a while, and I've got to tell you, we have never seen that commitment at that funding level. And I've got to say, and Amit here also mentioned, what was it, 66 billion for FRA. So you can see just the amount of commitment that our administration has for modernizing, looking at the fleets and looking at all the practical applications of what all of you do. We know that small businesses can bring innovation, wealth to your families, and you're critical in our economic vitality of what we do across America. So I thought it would also be very interesting to kind of demonstrate for this particular area, the Mid-Atlantic area, right, in terms of what that means in terms of dollars, because we are in this region, right? Right? Make sure I'm in the right region, correct? Let's see some yeses. Let's see some head nods. Thank you very much. All right. So let me just kind of give you an example. And these are ballpark numbers. And they only represent one type of our federal funding. We have all other different programs that if you apply for those dollars from a transit system perspective, and I'll go into that in just a moment, that you can compete. That's discretionary funding, competitive funding, but this is what we call our formula funding. And so if you're looking at Delaware, and you're in the state of Delaware, what this is going to mean in the next 5 years through the bipartisan infrastructure law, you're looking at about $186 million. And these are just ballpark. Like I said, there are other funding programs that are aligned with these dollar amounts. Maryland, $1.8 billion. New Jersey, $4.5 billion. All right, drum roll, Pennsylvania. Anyone want to guess? Throw out a number. You guys are too high. 3.2 billion. Okay, so that kind of gives you a flavor of what really is available out there in terms of federal funding. And like I said, that's just a small piece of the pie. And I also want to just establish a little bit about the fact that it's important to work with transit systems. As a former transit CEO, I know how we have small businesses and DBE programs, right? And so that's really critical. So we have about 1,000 transit systems across the United States. That's 1,000, what we call grant recipients. And our secretary earlier has talked a little bit about speaking to state DOTs. And so transit systems, state DOTs, MPOs, metropolitan planning organizations, all of them receive federal funding. So their procurement opportunities are phenomenal. In terms of FTA, it looks like we'll be having about $150 million. Some of those contracts really relate to our congressionally mandated oversight that we have to do for transit agencies and other federal programs, and we'll make sure that those opportunities are available. And as you can see, there are a lot of resources at USDOT that can help accomplish that. And so I think it's also worth noting that in terms of the resources, because I talked a little bit about being in your shoes. I was actually, before I became a transit CEO and also here a regional administrator for FTA, I was trying to go after that opportunity myself. And being registered and certified as a women-owned, minority-owned business was challenging. We did not have the resources that are currently being provided, and that's phenomenal. I mean, The technical services that you're providing here as well is just phenomenal. I was reading through a manual last night that USDOT put together in terms of how to tap into those opportunities with us. And I think that that's phenomenal. Those are great tools. I also just want to say that there are always ways to improve what we can do, right? So, we can help identify, working with the small business transportation resource centers, what opportunities are out there. Inviting us to your fairs so that we can make that connection and understand what your businesses are all about. And also having us at seminars and just like outreach that we're doing right now collectively is phenomenal. And I don't want to close without recognizing that I've got a fabulous team today with me. And I'd like them, we're going to stick around for the marketplace so we can kind of have dialogue with all of you because that one-on-one connection is important. But I'd like Jim Harper, where are you? Can you stand for a moment? And Jim is our director, and he's coming out of DC. And this is how important it is for all of us to tap into all of you and talk to you. Jim Harper is the director of acquisition and management. So thank you, Jim, for being here today. We're also joined by Anthony Romero next to him. Anthony Romero is in our region as a procurement officer, is a great resource for those of you who might want to work on the procurement aspect. On our transit systems, definitely work with him very closely, SEPTA as well. And then I've got Lynn Bailey. Lynn Bailey, do you want to please stand for just a minute? Lynn, are you there? Oh, she's out? Okay. Lynn Bailey, she is our civil rights officer, and she's also in the region. So she's also instrumental. So I invite all of you to stop by at the marketplace, and we look forward to seeing contracts with you. Thank you.
Mr. Bresley.
Yes, I'll do my best to tell you a little bit about what's been going on here at the FAA in terms of bipartisan infrastructure law spending. First and foremost, just wanted to mention, so I'm with the small business program, so we tend to be more involved with the contract opportunities, not so much as involved in the grants opportunities, but I wanted to take a moment to highlight in FY22 some of the airports and airport terminal grant spending that's been going on this past year. Bill's affording a unique opportunity where for airports, it is over a 5-year period going to be investing $20 billion into airports and airport terminal infrastructure, which is an aging infrastructure that needs modernization and replacement. A lot of that funding will go towards refurbishing things like taxiways and runways, and also airport facilities and airport terminal facilities, as I mentioned. So in FY22, for those grant programs, they've obligated well over $3 billion in the past year to states and cities across the country, including the states represented here. I believe in the states represented here, it's been in the millions, and a significant number. And I just actually wanted to mention, if you want the detail in terms of where that grant funding goes, which cities it goes to, and things of that nature, a great site to check out that gives a lot of insight on the planning involved and the spend is faa.gov/bill. That's faa.gov/BIL. Just wanted to mention that. It's a great site. And as I mentioned, we've been involved with the Small Business Program in contract opportunities, so we've been focusing on the area of bill investment that is air traffic facilities. That's the area of bill investment that will be providing bill funding through contract actions and contract award opportunities. And just wanted to highlight in FY22 for air traffic facilities, they obligated over $300 million in bill funding thus far. Very proud to say of that, 34% was obligated with small businesses, and 17.3% was, 23.4% was obligated with small disadvantaged businesses. So very proud of that. And just want to also highlight, so a large part of the plan for air traffic facilities, which again is that $5 billion over a course of a 5-year period, is to utilize existing FAA contract vehicles and things like qualified vendor lists that we tend to use for construction-based projects. That there's many that are for small businesses only, and but that's not to say there won't be standalone opportunities. There have been standalone opportunities that get announced in SAM.gov, but I also wanted to highlight we recently posted our FY23 procurement forecast. In that forecast, there's well over 100 different entries, but to highlight, there's 10 projects on there right now. Just wanted to clarify, too, that the procurement forecast, if you're not used to it, it is useful planning information, gives insight on upcoming projects before they actually get solicited and sent out for request for bid on SAM.gov. So this gives you some early insight on the planning and could give you sort of at least indication of what to look out for in SAM.gov. And 10 of the projects are actually bill-funded projects. They're identified there now, and I believe 5 of which are for some of the states represented here today. I believe New Jersey, Maryland, and Pittsburgh actually has some projects too. And they're of the nature of anywhere from replacing HVAC to electrical systems to complex projects involving terminal radar facilities and replacing their equipment and structures. And then overarching, and I did want to mention too, to check out that forecast, you could find it on our sbo.faa.gov site. You could get a direct link there. And then the overarching plan for air traffic facilities is to invest in structures such as unstaffed structures, which consist of navigation, communication, and weather-related communication equipment and things of that nature. And then also power systems, like the backup power systems for our air traffic facilities, which can consist of anywhere from fuel storage tanks to battery backup power systems. And then long-range radar is another area where Bill will be invested in to replace and modernize. And those are critical sites where they detect when planes come and go from airports. And then last but certainly not least, planning has been ongoing and still underway for the replacement of air traffic control towers. That's probably the largest and most complex piece of the bill investment for air traffic facilities, and so planning continues. And I just wanted to leave you all with, with this influx of funding, we've been ramping up our efforts for outreach and things of that nature. So we've done, just wanted to highlight, we recently have done a few webinars that were focused both on bill and small business. It gives great insight from the program offices in terms of the requirements they're looking for and the needs they're looking to be filled by industry. And then also gives great insight into some of the available resources to small business, like we had like speakers from DOT's bonding education program and things of that nature. And you can find the recordings of these webinars and the slide decks, which again give a lot of great detail on our faa.gov/bill site, actually in the how to get started page. And of note on that one, I mentioned that part of the strategy is to utilize existing vehicles. There's a slide deck and a webinar that gets into some of the vehicles they're intended to use, some of the prime contractors that are already on those vehicles, and things of that nature. So with that, just for sake of time, appreciate it, and I'll hand it back to Nathan.
Fun fact, my dad was an air traffic controller for 31 years, so.
Tough job.
I got to go in and see the apparatus from time to time. It was really interesting stuff. We're a little off the reservation for what I was expecting here. I'm not sure how much of what in our Q&A has actually already been covered. So I just want to ask, based upon what you all shared, where do you want to go with this?
Well, do you want us to answer your original question? Do you want
I
to go
think
there?
that that'd be a great place to start. And then also let's differentiate kind of the world of SBA and 8A versus the world of DBE. They're, similar in a lot of people's mind, but I think a lot different in application.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about the FTA world, Federal Transit Administration world, and as it relates to those participants in the 8A program. So just to kind of give you a flavor of how we are utilizing that program, we have the responsibility to oversee major capital programs, right? They're congressionally mandated programs. And so we actually have used 2 out of those 8 contractors are in this particular classification. And so they are our project management oversight contractors, and that relates to about $14 million worth of business opportunity. So that is one area. There's another flavor that we have. We have about 6 others that are helping us in the area of our oversight compliance reviews related to what we call our Triana reviews, and those that are in the transit world really know exactly what that means. But that's oversight, procurement reviews, FMOs, and so that's kind of a flavor of how we're using an FTA.
How about FRA?
On FRA, I went over that a little bit earlier in terms of our procurement process and the funding that FRA has. It's not in line exactly with what the Federal Transit Administration does, but it is very, very similar. And one thing that I do want to bring up is that FRA, one thing that we're doing is we are just had a realignment that Congress approved, and our grant side of FRA, we're going to have more regionally focused staff, so that region by region they can reach out and participate in efforts like this one. In this area, we have given money to the Sawtooth bridges in New Jersey. We have also given funding to advance work on the Susquehanna Bridge in Maryland. And those are just some initial efforts there before those projects get to full construction. So there's opportunities in these areas directly. When it comes to DBE specifically, there are efforts that we know through our grantees where we encourage them through their own processes to utilize DBEs. And again, in terms of where you all need to focus, I'd say there's going to be a lot of projects on that Northeast Corridor inventory to keep track of and an eye on that won't be funded in year 1 or year 2. They'll be funded in year 3, 4, and 5. And so those teaming efforts, you can really make an effort to get that underway. And I'm sure a lot of you already are, but doing that in earnest will be really, really important.
Okay. One of the lessons learned that I've seen is that the money has an impact on what programs exist. It seems that with FAA, the money and the acquisition programs are a bit different. You've got like 30 seconds. Can you give us a
Sure.
high-level overview?
Just quickly, I'm glad you're giving me the 30 seconds though, but
I thought we had 2 minutes, and I got the 30 seconds.
FAA is unique. I did want to bring this up. FAA is unique. We don't fall under the FAR like other agencies. Our procurement falls under our very own acquisition management system, and so we don't utilize the 8A program like other FAR-based agencies do, but we do. The AMS allows for set-asides to small disadvantaged businesses that are certified by the 8A program. And we also allow non-competitive awards to small disadvantaged businesses that are certified by the 8A program. And we just did a recent update to our AMS for awareness. The non-competitive threshold was recently raised, which was $4.5 million for, most of you probably know, for service type, and then $7 million for manufacturing. We now raised it for FAA procurement to be $10 million. So just for awareness on that.
Thank you very much.
Can I make one quick point?
If they don't kick us off the stage, I don't see why
Real
not.
quick, DBE, because I think this is critical. So in order to make sure, remember I mentioned 1,000 recipients getting funding from the federal government, from FTA? So one of the aspects that we ensure that those opportunities are garnered is through, once a transit agency or recipient establishes a goal, we look at those goals and we make sure they're reaching those goals. And if they're not reaching those goals, why aren't they doing that? And what's the game plan? So there is that compliance piece. I see Lynn Bailey's joined us as well. She'll be with us later on at the marketplace. Do a quick stand-up so they know who you are. She's our civil rights officer. So back to you.
Former SEPTA.
Former SEPTA, yes.
And Terry just reminded me also, I just want to introduce the FRA staff who are here. Our Deputy Director of the Office of Civil Rights, Rhonda Dews. If you want to stand, Rhonda, raise your hand. And also in his, I think, 3rd week on the job, and we're really, really happy to have him at FRA, Josh Jordan, who is our Director of the Office of Acquisition Management. And I'm really especially glad Josh was able to make it. This might be his first work-related trip, so thanks for making it, Josh.
Iola, how do you want us to proceed at this point?
If you are done, you can leave the stage.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much to the panel. Please give them your appreciation. We're going to have a 5-minute break before the Capital Access panel, so please stretch your legs, introduce yourself to a neighbor, run to the restroom. Take a seat. I hope that you had an opportunity to meet those around you, shake some hands, and talk to some folks. We are now going to talk about money. Money, money, money. So I'm delighted to introduce the moderator of our Capital Access Panel, Mr. Samuel J. Boyd. He's the Director of Access to Capital Initiatives at OSDBU and the Office of Secretary of Transportation. Come on up. Joining him on the panel is Peter Gibbs, Foundation, Surety, and Insurance Solutions, Lawrence McComey, PIDC, which stands for Philadelphia Industrial Development Corporation, CDFI. James Saunders is with Univest Bank and Trust Company, a traditional lender. And our very own Della Clark, who's representing Equity Capital on this panel.
Thank you, Iola, and good morning to you still. Thank you all for being here. I know it's been a long morning with some really, really good information, so we're going to try to tie what was said earlier into what it's really all about, right? Capital. And so we understand capital to be the lifeblood of business. No matter what type of business you are, you need capital to build your resources and to execute. But particularly for small businesses, we understand that the margin of error is smaller when you are a small business. And so what we want to do today is just talk about different types of capital, to explore where it can be obtained, and then also to spend a little time on talking about the growth trajectory. So as you look at the capital stack, where businesses fall on that, and then how that progression really goes through. So for personally, the goal I would have today is for us to really share some information. Want to open it up for questions before we leave. But I hope you actually leave with more questions than you came. But with two caveats. One, that those new questions are a little more pointed. And then the second caveat is you have a better sense of where to go get those answers. So we can really kind of advance the conversation. Okay? So without further ado, I'd like the panel to just talk a little bit about their organizations. You heard their names, but I want to let them spend just a minute talking about their organizations. Then we're going to circle. I have a few questions to ask them in terms of how that capital flow works, and then we're going to have some questions for you, so get prepared to ask questions. So Del, I know you are CEO of the Enterprise Center, but you are not representing the Enterprise Center right now, right? So,
That's right.
So you're representing your SBIC, which I've spent some time with. Could you please tell folks a little bit about Innovate?
Right. Well, first I have to give a shout out to Sam because he too was wearing a different hat when I first met him, and he was working for the Small Business Investment Company under SBA. And many of you probably don't know very much about that agency, but that is where licenses are issued to operate a federally regulated fund. And I met Sam probably 7 years ago. And of course, had no track record, had never run an equity fund before. And of course, they told me no. But I went back, and I went back until we got a yes, February of 2022. And so I'm sitting here with a newly formed SBIC, which is focused on equity and not debt. And why are we focused on equity? Because as my years here as the president of the Enterprise Center, when people would come with a balance sheet, I saw that the debt to equity was out of whack. I saw the EBITDA was not as strong. Typically, in a lot of cases, it was negative. And when I looked at it, I said, these entrepreneurs are debt managers. And the profit that they're generating from any contracts is going to service debt. It's not going to innovate product and services. It is not going to do mergers and acquisitions and expand. And so that is why Innovate Capital Growth Fund exists. We are open for business. We are in the market looking for transactions. We like mergers and acquisition. It's very difficult to grow organically, and I know he said only a minute, but if I give the mic to James Sanders, I won't be able to speak again. So I'm getting mine in now, all right?
Let's put a comma. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. We're gonna come back. Wait, hold on, wait, because that's a good point there. So Della, let's keep in mind Della is representing equity on this panel, and so, but we all know about debt, and debt is good, and debt, as we're gonna talk about today, is a good complement to equity.
But only debt is not good.
Well, wait a minute. That's right. Only we're gonna see. So James, you Univest. So debt is your game. So talk to us about what you do at Univest and how debt is good.
I will. Thank you so much. Good morning still to everyone. It is 11, a little after 11 o'clock, so I appreciate it. I want to try to regulate this microphone so that it doesn't go too wacky. A couple things before I talk to you about who I am. We're in Della Clark's house, and if you gamble, I don't, but you probably heard the phrase, the house always wins. All right? And secondly, we were talking about access to capital, and earlier during the day, there was a lot of conversation about contracts. There's a lot of conversation about legislation and the shift in wealth during this time, and folks wanted to hear about that. But then the room sort of lightened up when we talk about capital, and we still talk about the shift of wealth, when the room probably should be just as full as it was this morning. So keep that in mind. If you have some friends in the hallway that are not here, make sure they get back in here to hear this discussion. So I'm James Sanders, Senior Vice President of Commercial Lending with Univest Bank and Trust. Univest is a local community bank, and we are publicly traded. The bank has been around for about 145 years. We have a footprint from Pittsburgh to New Jersey. Well, so let me back up. So we do business in New York, New Jersey, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and we sort of, again, just hired a market president down in the Maryland area. So we've expanded. We're about $6 billion assets under management. And we operate like a sort of large international bank, like the TDs and the Chase and some of the other banks, in that we have a retail division. We have, retail means if you want to go get a credit card or a home loan or a deposit account, we have a full division with an African-American woman who's president of that division, Ms. Dana Brown. We also have a commercial bank division, which I'm a part of, in middle market lending, SBA, and small business, as well as a wealth division. So a full service community bank in that realm. So I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank you, James. And now, Lawrence, talk to us about what you do and how the PIDC really kind of works with capital to help small business.
Yes, good morning. My name is Lawrence McComey. I'm with the Philadelphia Industrial Development Corporation, also known as PIDC. We are the city's economic development corporation, public-private, sponsored by the city and the Chamber of Commerce. We've been around for 58 years. Our mission is to spur investments, support businesses, and drive growth throughout the city. Our footprint is just the city of Philadelphia. And yes, we work with debt. So we would like, when we make our loans, we try to support our businesses in various ways. You've heard of the wealth of contracts that are coming through. PIDC tries to be innovative in the sense that in supporting our clients, many times there are issues in preparation of those contracts. For instance, I'll focus on that. PIDC works very closely with the Commerce Department to support businesses on the commercial corridors. We also work with the city to support those who are awarded contracts. PIDC provides a contract line of credit to support those contractors when they win the bid. We have a relationship with the city, so it's very important that you really understand and prepare yourselves when you get into those contracts. Many times, some new contractors are not aware of the approval process. which can take a very long time. And that's where we come in, by providing a line of credit so you can pay your employees on a weekly basis. We work very closely to help you stay focused on what the issues are. So many times that they might be, some of our contractors are learning how to submit certified payrolls, something that they don't consider going into these type of complicated contracts. There are sometimes cash flow can lead to reduction or delayed payments to the unions. That can cause issues for you. So what we try to do is, with these particular projects, is offer some support.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you so much. And then Peter, surety bonds. So I know you're president of a foundation and former director of the surety bond guarantee program at SBA. So could you tell us, first of all, what is a surety bond? And what is it that you do at foundation?
Okay. So I want to start off by saying, sitting in the audience today, I heard a lot of billions and millions in contracts. But the one thing I want you guys to remember here today, especially if you're a construction company, is you can have as much money as you want. You can get awarded as many contracts as you can. But if you can't get a surety bond, you're going to lose that contract. So make sure you have a relationship with a surety agency. My name is Peter Gibbs. I'm the president of Foundation Surety and Insurance Solutions. I am the only African-American owned surety agency in the country that has a national footprint. I write bonds in every state. I am also the former director for SBA's Office of Surety Guarantees. I retired from SBA last August after 32 years, and I started my agency 1 month later. Basically, a surety bond is an agreement between the contractor, the owner, the obligee, the owner, and the contractor, and it ensures that that project is completed. If you cannot, most of you or small businesses in this room who've ever been awarded a contract, sometimes you get anywhere from 3 to 15 days to get a bond. And if you wait until you get awarded that contract, there's a big chance you may not get that, you may not be awarded that project. So that's what I do, surety bonds.
Okay. So we're going to, as Della mentioned earlier, I'm at DOT as Director of Capital Access, but the last 10 years I was SBA in the SBIC program. And so my viewpoint of the world has always been from a standpoint of equity as a complement to debt. And so what I want to do is just kind of talk about holistically, if you look at a business proposition, a business that's in existence, how does that business grow? And I think you're going to see the linkages between everybody on this panel. And so we can take it from that standpoint. And so Della, just because I know you wear many hats, if you're looking at making an equity investment to help a business grow, and again, this is important too, because in the context of this bipartisan infrastructure law, in order for, you heard, as Peter mentioned, all the billions of dollars that are being talked about today, $660 billion are going to be flowing through DOT in the next 5 years just with the infrastructure law. In order for that to actually find its way to the small and disadvantaged businesses, if you will, it's not going to happen as is, right? So businesses have to grow in order to have the capacity to absorb this capital, to absorb these contracts, to get these bonds. There has to be an expansion. And so just from that viewpoint, so Della, as you look at a company and it says, hey, I'm maybe looking at making an equity investment, what are some of the considerations that you're looking at doing, knowing that you need equity to grow? Debt is good. We're going to come back to James. But you need equity to grow, right? But what are some of the things that you're looking for so folks in the audience can really start thinking about how do they position themselves to receive equity?
Okay. To be clear, we've been in the debt business and we still in the debt business. But what we recognize over time is that when we look at transactions around debt, we were looking at your ability to pay us back. But now we're in the equity business, we're looking at your ability to grow, right? And we want to know what is your growth IQ? What is your emotional stamina? Because, every day you have hurdles in your business. And do you have the capacity to get over those hurdles? And then finally, What is your financial intelligence like? You know, can you manage growth at significant scale? We're not talking about small business. We're talking about going to significant size and scale. And Sam, one of the reasons many minorities have not looked at mergers and acquisitions is because that really requires some equity in the deal. And so we want to match up our equity with all these other gentlemen on the panel, because we can bring the equity to the table to make a transaction happen. One thing I do want to announce to all of you is that we know that if you want to buy a building and you want to go to PIDC or go to Univest to get that building, you yourself is going to have to hire an appraisal to negotiate with the owner to buy that building, and you probably want to hire an architect to give you some assessment of the building before you buy it, purchase it. That's during what we call an investigative period. You could put out $10,000 for that before you go to the bank or before you go to PIDC, because they're going to expect you to have certain documents. But then when you go to them, they're going to want to get their own appraisal. They're going to want to get their own documents. So you could be out another $10,000. And what happens in the financial world is that you have a lot of broken deals. So what we want to do is position you so you can minimize your sideways and your broken deal. I want to announce to you today that we've set up a due diligence revolving pool. You can come to us and borrow this money for debt, right, to be able to do this assessment. If you need that $20,000 up front, we will loan it to you at 1%, 75% of that money. When you go to closing with one of these panelists or any other bank, then you pay us back at closing. But we want to break down all of your hurdles in owning assets, because you have to begin to build your balance sheet. I could run this panel by myself.
You could. You very much could. You're right. And as James said, the House wins. And if you want to run it, But just one other point to bring up too. When you think about equity, Della is right. So debt, you're more concerned about paying off your debt on a schedule. And equity, it's all about a partnership. And so when Della's looking at making an equity investment, she's looking at, as the name implies, partnering and having a percentage of the company. So that's another mind shift, if you will, for a lot of entrepreneurs. Is like, well, wait a minute. So I don't have to pay this back on a schedule, but I have to give away a little piece of my company. Okay, now how does that work, right? And so that's something that small businesses a lot of time has to get used to. But like anything else, you can learn. Once you're with the right partner, you're with the right partner, and it could work. But that's something you need to think about. But in terms of before you even get there, like Della said, you have to have an entrepreneurial mindset, a growth mindset, right? And so there may be some things. And so, James, just back on this debt piece, as you're looking at backing companies, hopefully getting them to be a little more stable and to secure their businesses so that they can be one day at a point of investing or accepting equity investments. What are some of the things that you're looking for to partner with the business to invest in them? And also, too, James, if you could touch on what we talked about earlier, you do asset-based lending, but you also have some opportunities to stretch based on contracts that people have, right? So help us to understand that as we're still trying to get to this growth position to partner with Della.
Good deal. So I'm going to provide the group, the team here, and the audience as well, sitting up here with a lot of information. First, Univest provides borrowing-based financing, right? So if a business has a lack of physical assets like buildings, equipment, things of that nature, we can provide financing based on your accounts receivables, right? And that to us as an asset, typically we'll do up to 80% of your accounts receivables that are within 90 days. Anything outside of 90 days is considered a risk. What is the risk? You might not get paid back, all right? But within 90 days, we see that, especially if you're managing your accounts receivables well, then anything within that 90 days, we look at 0 to 30, 31 to 60, 61 to 90, and sort of do the math there to figure out how much we can lend you. But we also look at your track record of growth, revenues, your profit margins, the number of clients you're working with. We look for client concentration. So do you have 4 clients? That mean, and then of those 4 clients, is it evenly weighted, 25% revenue across the board, or is it like one of your clients like 50% of business, all right, which could be a risk, because if you're no longer doing business with that client, now the other 3, they may not be at 50% of your business. So we pay attention to that. When I say we, the banking industry, right? This is uniform, so wherever you live, a community bank or a middle market bank or a large bank that provides receivables financing will do that. Now, asset-based financing is if you produce a thing and you have orders for that thing. Some people call it widgets. It could be chairs, tables, microchips, whatever. If it's a thing that you sell and you have clients that provide or provided you with a contract, purchase order, and you have orders for those things, a bank will provide asset-based financing based on the orders for those things and put a UCC lien on those things, that inventory on those orders, so that you can produce those things, pay employees, maybe increase capacity within your facility, maybe expand in the facility and things of that nature. And if I may, I always like to add stories on this. You just heard Ms. Dell say a due diligence fund of 1%. The Wall Street Journal Prime is over 6%. So 1% is cheap money, all right? So understand that. And due diligence, there's a cost, there's soft costs, and that will take away from what you need to close and things of that nature. So I want you to understand that. The other point is, in your business, again, some of this you may know, so please don't be offended, but I want to reiterate it for the folks who may not know. If you're recapitalizing or looking at growing your business, you want to pay attention to your capital stack, right? That's the debt, the equity, your owner's equity that you have in there, and other private money that you may have borrowed. So you can have a capital stack, and your cost of capital should be weighted in your cash flow, your profit and loss, your income statements, things of that nature. And my hope is that all of you are working with either an outsourced CFO, a financial advisory firm, to either produce audited, reviewed, or compiled financial statements for your financing partner, whether it's equity or debt or a community financer. So Sam, I'll pass it back over to you.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And we're starting to get a picture here on how a small business can position itself for ultimately growing. And so, and Lawrence, I like what you said earlier in terms of your hyper-focus on Philadelphia. And so, again, as a company kind of following with this example, is looking at, getting some contracts here in the city. Could you just, how does PIDC actually help them do that? Because I think we're starting to understand now that if they can position themselves with some good cash flow business, then they can be a potentially good client of James and set themselves up for an equity discussion with Della. But just right now in Philly, if I'm trying to get a contract going, how can PIDC help with that?
Yes, it's always good to, and I'm representing the CFIs, Community Development Financial Institutions. It's always good to get in touch with us early, sometimes in the planning process. So we are, at PIDC, are in the deal prior to even before it's a deal. So we talk with our clients when they are conceptually making plans for their business growth. And for instance, when they're working with the city, you talk to us about what those requirements are for winning the contract and then positioning the company to start on a timely basis. So we will work with them if there are issues where borrower needs working capital to get things starting, as Della said. We look for experience, although not necessarily for winning large contracts, but it's important that we understand that the contractor knows how to estimate those contracts and what those margins are for those contracts. Because many times, the smaller developers, the smaller contractors are pricing the contract where they're not covering their general conditions. Interest expense is something that needs to be built into those contracts. So you're trying to win it by underbidding, but you're hurting yourself in the long run. So talk to us, and we can offer technical assistance, especially with when you're dealing with agencies with the city. Talk to us early. As Mr. Saunders was saying, we can advise you to we evaluate your infrastructure. So like it was said before, do you have someone there that's doing the books full time? Do you have an accountant that can support you when you're doing the certified payrolls? Those things, when if you're working with the city or any other government agency, and the paperwork is not in order, it could stop a project and can impact your cash flow and your profits. So that's where we.
No, that's very helpful. And so Peter, if you put your as a former director of the Surety Bond Guarantee Program at SBA, could you just give the audience a sense of how they can use that program to actually gain surety bonds? They want to circle back to what you're doing with Foundation, but before we get there, can you help us understand that?
Sure. So I'll give you an example. So you have the standard market in bonding where everything is perfect, you can get bonded. And then you may need assistance, right? So that's why SBA's Surety Bond Guarantee Program exists. An example, if you have $1 million contract, you go to the standard market, they expect you to have 10% liquid cash in the bank, $100,000 to get that $1 million contract. If you utilize SBA Bond Guarantee Program, because SBA guarantees 80 to 90% of that bond, they tell the surety company, we're okay with 5%. So you as the company, you don't have to have 100,000, now you go down to 50,000, right? Now, in the standard market, if you don't have liquid cash, but you have a business line of credit, the unused portion from that business line of credit can go towards that 50,000. So the point is, you have companies who utilize SBA Bond Guarantee Program with not much cash in the bank, but they have a business line of credit, and they can get a bond for $1 million with basically no cash in the bank.
That's
And
helpful.
There's a test on this.
That's helpful. So we're continuing down this path. So if I, just by way of this example, I'm a construction company, I'm in need of a bond, working with the SBA Surety Guarantee Program. I'm working with Lawrence here and trying to make certain that I'm getting some really good guidance on how to properly compete for a contract here in Philadelphia, right? And if I'm lucky enough to do that and do it well, then now I'm talking to James about, different lines of credit, okay, and other banking products that's going to help sustain the business. And so I can come back and get some more contracts and get some more bonding. And then all of a sudden now there's an established business, and now the conversation with Della is a lot easier, right? It's going to be easy because now, Della, you got somebody here that has consistent cash flow, that's very well secured in bonding, and that's working with a local development corporation. So Della's shaking her head no.
No.
So you're not ready to partner yet, Della?
No, we're not
okay.
going to participate. Unless you're going to buy Driscoll, one of the big companies, we'll help finance that and put equity in it. But we're not doing any of these small deals.
Well, this is an important distinction. And so we're talking about a company that's getting established, that's getting all the different basic requirements and criteria, that's getting some banking, right? These are for projects, okay? The conversation with Della is not about a project.
Correct.
So equity is not project-based. Equity is about a company. So now you're doing well. So that's what I was saying earlier about this paradigm shift. So now you got to think about, now you've been building these contracts, building your company. Do you want somebody, I always say, you got to live with this person. It's a partnership. It's like a marriage, right? So do you want to sit and actually invite Della or the likes of Della into your company as a partner? Now, the downside of that is you got somebody in your kitchen now, as I like to say, as you're cooking your stew, and that didn't happen before. And so you're going to have a little less of what you had before, right? The upside is you're going to be able to compete for larger contracts. So you'll still be, and Peter, we're going to circle back in terms of what you're doing at Foundation, because once you got the guarantee program going with SBA good, now you're going to have to start securing larger and larger bonds, right? And that's where Peter's company helps with that. And you probably will become a mentor in the PDIDC arena as opposed to a client. But at this point, the contracts are flowing. You want to partner with Adela to try to compete now for even bigger contracts. Maybe you go from being a sub to a prime now, right? But you got a partner at the table. So Adela, talk about what that means. What does it mean to be a partner, not on a contract, but on a business partnership?
Right. Where our capital is going to be used is really to invest in your growth, right? As Sam said, not to invest in a project or a contract. We want to invest in the company, invest in the leadership to expand. And ideally, it is very difficult these days to grow organically. You're going to have to look at an acquisition. So if you're at 5 or 10 million and you want to get to 25, 30 million, you probably need to look at another company. And that's where we come in to help you with that transaction. Now, what we have found out since we've been in the market is that many small businesses, I'm not trying to be general, point out any of you, since you've never had equity in your business, you're not equity ready, right? You got to have an investment deck. There's certain lingo that we have to change. You hear us use a lot in this community, TA, right? If you go to Deloitte, you go to McKinsey, and you walk in there and say, well, I want some TA, they don't even know what you're talking about, right? So in the capital markets, it's a different lingo. So as you move toward wanting to get equity in your business, you also have to look at the language you've been using. Because the language with PIDC and a CDFI is different than with language in the capital markets and talking about equity, right? And so balance sheet, as James talked about, the balance sheet, your accounts receivable, those things become very important when we begin to put the lenses on you and look at you from equity investment, right? And so I saw that Joanne Hill just came in from MBDA. We're fortunate. We have a grant called Equity Multiplier where we can work with you to get you investment ready. You should call me. You should take advantage of that. Let us help you put a deck together. Let us coach you on your pitches to investors because we will have to syndicate some of our transactions because we may not have enough money for you to buy a $50 million company, but we'll help put that transaction together. But there's a lot of prep work that many of you will need. As Lawrence said, come to us early. Let us get you ready now for a transaction that you may not need for a year from now. But Sam, we really are positioned to really move into equity and to begin to promote that because we think many of you have looked at too much debt.
All
And
right.
I know I'm sitting among debt friends.
Hey, Sam, can I interject on that?
Sure. I just want to do a time check. Aola, how are we doing on time? Or Rachel? Time, how are we doing?
You've still got a few minutes.
A few more minutes. Okay, but I wanted Lawrence, before you, I wanted to make sure I get a chance for questions. Any questions in the audience before we? 'Cause I got a ton of them if you don't, so trust me, we good. All right, so Lawrence, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying one precursor to the growth.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
With the infrastructure, the most important thing is safety of any infrastructure. You want it to feel safe. So what if you have developed some technology that kind of helps and is emerging in that area, and you're looking for like seed investors, not necessarily because you're a new company, you're trying to set up everything, and basically I have done that. But now you need seed investors to help you move it forward.
So you're speaking of proof of concept money.
Yes, well, I'm beyond the proof of concept. Okay, I am beta testing it in some small municipalities, but now to move it forward, need more support. Thank you.
You need more seed investors.
How much capital you need?
I would say 10 million.
That's not seed.
You did ask. And so, what type of?
So you have a deck, you have a pitch book, you have all those things?
Yes,
Okay.
and a product.
Okay. Well, you should see Bob Palmer stand up. You should see Bob Palmer before you leave.
Thank
All
you.
right? All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Well, thanks for the question. So, Lawrence, you had a?
He's not leaving the room.
Lawrence.
Yes, I was saying as the way we've seen contractors grow, with one important vehicle, it really is entering into joint ventures. Smaller contractors will sometimes join forces with a larger contractor who might know a little bit more and can give them the exposure they need in order to become primes. So, and that's also allows you to learn, learn the game and how you need to build your infrastructure to grow and prepare yourself for investments to expand your operations.
So Peter, if you can, a little more on foundation. So now we've got, the Surety Guarantee Program going. We've got some smaller bonds. So can you talk about how foundations actually works with companies to actually get larger bonding opportunities?
I mean, I'm a surety agency, so I partner with some of the largest surety companies in the country, and I can get bonds at any size. But I want to address a point here. From my days at SBA and, working with small businesses, one of the biggest issues, especially for contractors, is that they don't understand the importance of keeping money in your business. Because there's some technical issues when you're dealing with a bonding company and a lending institution, right? You don't want to be, as a small business, like you don't have enough money in your company to operate, and then you have to go to a bank, right? Because bonding becomes difficult because in the case of a default, the surety company has first position, right? So lenders are going to hesitate to lend you money if you don't have money in your bank. So Della was talking about having a mindset. You have to think with your business 5-10 years down the line. Keep money into your company so when you go to a bank, you're in a position where it does not become a conflict between the surety company and the lending institution. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys.
Absolutely. And so what foundations in terms of what you're doing, are there different levels of bonds as companies grow?
No, I mean, when I underwrite an account, I look at credit, capacity, and character. To determine the size of a project that I will support, I look at the leadership, I look at the size jobs that they've done, and I make a determination because basically bonding is taking a risk. So I have to determine whether I want to take this risk with the surety company. I am one of the few agents in the country. I have in-house authority. Up to a certain level, I make decisions in-house, and as the bonds get bigger, then of course I have to deal with the surety company. But the most important thing that I want, the most important thing that I want people to get of what I'm saying here today is you need to start a relationship with a bonding agent, just like you have a relationship with your banker, with an attorney, and don't wait till the last minute to start that relationship. And make sure that that agent that you deal with is an advocate for you, because they have to fight for you, when they deal with the surety company to make sure that you get the support that you need. It doesn't matter the size of bonds that I do. I look at the company, those three things I talked about, and I make a decision that way.
Hey, Sam, in underwriting our loans for contractors, we do look for bonding capacity. So it's always good to start off small, but it's better when you work very closely, as you said, to increase your bonds from time to time. That allows you to do more than one contract. That gives you, like you said, it builds your credibility, and we look for that bonding capacity. And the first thing we ask about is, can you provide a letter with your bonding capacity? And it's not good to wait for last minute to apply for bonding. You really do need, and that it'll help you structure your balance sheet and allow you to plan to say, well, all right, if I don't have the cash, maybe I should work on getting a line of credit. And if I can't get it from the bank, maybe I should approach a CDFI.
Absolute question.
I wanted to ask, so Della, you talked about companies that were in go mode, right? And some of them might not have the level of capacity to go after some of these larger infrastructure jobs. Some of them may be new to acquiring bonding. Can you share some of the best practices that you've seen with companies, and especially you, Peter, this is mainly targeted at you, but referencing back Della's point about go mode, and we're looking for millions. Can you share some of the best practices that you've seen for companies that are looking to expand capacity? I know they might not be necessarily quite at going after, say, a $200 million contract, but they could certainly go after a $50 million contract. And what are they teaming with major primes that are allowing them to benefit from their bonding so that they can build a track record, or what have you seen?
So that's a very, very complex question, right? So what I tell my clients is that the bonding capacity that I'm going to look at for you is what your balance sheet supports, right? But I also tell them, and I think the same message is being said here on this stage, is that you have to have a relationship with a banker, you have to have a relationship with a bonding agent so that you know what your capacity is. Because it's not easy, it's not, again, these numbers people keep talking in millions. If you've never done $1 million job, it is highly unlikely you're going to get a bond for $1 million. That's the reality, right? So you start off with when I look at the capacity of the company, the leadership. If it's a new company, then I start looking at who they worked previously and the size jobs that they did. But it's a different, if I worked for, and I don't want to name any major, if I worked for a major company and I worked on $10 million jobs, it's a different when I walk around with that company's hat. Now I start my own company. So now you have to have that conversation with that contractor to figure out what is their starting point. But the point is, regardless of your starting point, is how can we get you to the next level, right? Because in the bonding game, if you do a job for $1 million, you do it successfully, then you could do $2 million. You do $2 million, then you could do $4 million. So it's really the merits of the company's balance sheet that's going to determine the capacity for that company.
And Joanne, so many businesses do not focus on their balance sheet, right? And that's the word we want to make sure we hit home on today. You've got to focus on the balance sheet. You've got to increase your financial intelligence in order to go to Peter or go to Univest or go to PIDC. And certainly if you want to move to equity. And I do say I want to clarify, what we have found is that debt is okay, but debt should be used for short-term needs and, payroll and those kinds of things. But when you're looking at long-term growth, long-term strategy, that's where equity comes in to finance that growth. So you need blended capital, both debt and equity. So as you sit down and think about your financial strategies, put together a plan that includes both. Because as you grow and hit developmental stages, you need different levels and different types of capital. And so I hope there are more people in the room beside construction, because what we talked about a lot was the infrastructure bill and the focus around contracts. But keep in mind, some of the things you heard is also applicable to non-construction type as well. So balance sheet is the key. It is absolutely the key.
Sam, can I opine? Sure. All right. So I'm sitting up here patiently trying to hold my tongue because I got a lot to say. But I know we're short on time. So Ms. Della was absolutely correct about that. You're hearing a lot about construction, so right now I am working with a professional services firm, and in the professional services, I think according to SBA, and Joanne, correct me if I'm wrong, but once you pass 11 million, you're no longer a small business, right? Like in professional services, specifically engineering. Once you pass that, you're not a small business. This firm's probably 80 million. And they're looking at bidding on several of these infrastructure projects. And they need a line of credit, right? They have one now, but because of the work that we do at our bank, I want to position them for $20 or $30 million line of credit where they're like 12. So they have the history, they have a board of directors, they have a C-suite of executives from CEO, CFO, COO, and directors within the field, right? So they have a strong leadership team, they have the character, the capacity, and I was actually referred by one of their board members. And so why am I saying that? You as a business owner, if you don't have a board, you can create or establish an advisory board, all right? And that advisory board should be in a position to assist you with your growth, right? Whether it's around legal, finance, and many other business development and many other areas while you're growing your company or even coaching and things of that nature. And so you hear about balance sheet, we're talking about increasing your assets, tangible and intangible, right? As well as decreasing your liabilities and or your cost of capital, and also enhancing your cash flow, right? So that is critically important. And as we know, in the minority community, especially African Americans, there's a huge challenge around wealth and access to it in your family and across the board. And so if you have not done a personal financial statement, do a personal financial statement and update your personal financial statement at least every year. Because as you go to any level of financing, whether it's a CDFI or a equity provider or a bank or a surety bond, you will need to have a personal financial statement. And if you keep it updated, it won't be stressful. You can just push it out there, all right? It is critically important. The other piece I want to add is that when you go to financial institutions, you need to have a credit score that is sexy. 500 credit score, that's, pardon the ebonics, it ain't sexy. 550, it ain't sexy. Now, when you started out as a business, I'm speaking generally, not to anyone, you might have had a 750 or an 800, but because you leveraged a lot of debt, your score could have taken a hit because you didn't understand the other accesses to financing. Equity, your credit score is kind of important, but not really. It's your leadership, your management, things of that nature. CDFIs, your credit score is kind of important, but not as important as banking, right? They may lend to you at around a 550 or something like that. It's more about your business. So please understand those little intricacies when you are listening to this conversation. I'll yield my time.
Rolla, how are we doing?
It's time to roll.
It is
Yes.
time. I know we have one more question over here.
Okay.
You're okay? Okay. So, Peter, you had a comment? You want to wrap us up?
Yeah. 2 points that I like to tell small businesses. Number one, do not let the things that don't cost anything ruin your business. Respond to people timely. Fill out applications completely. Because once you start going back and forth with a lender, with a bonding agent, they start having questions in their mind, right? And do everything to the best of your abilities, and it's going to be okay.
Sam, you don't mind, can I just
10 seconds.
Do a shameless plug here? Well, at PIDC, or even at other CFIs, as it was said by James, we a lot of the smaller contractors, or even business owners, may have issues with their credit scores and things like that. So it's often good to start with them. We sort of like, we hold hands. We will work very closely with you to get you started. We are talking about access to capital, right? But sometimes when we're starting up or trying to grow the business, we run into issues where we have to create some kind of blemish on our record. So, contact PIDC or CFIs like PIDC. We try to work very closely with you to work past that and grow you to a position where you can graduate to a conventional lender, such as a bank.
Okay. So I think we're out of time. So I want to thank the audience, thank our panelists. And I think the last thing is we sit in the Enterprise Center. This is a small business transportation resource center as well. So when you have these questions, come back here, okay? And Della will take care of you. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. We have one more panel before lunch. And as soon as these panelists exit the stage, I will welcome the prime contractor panel. This is going to be really interesting. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much, panelists. Okay, so we want to welcome up Harold Epps. He is the former Commerce Director as the moderator of the panel for prime contractors. So welcome up Harold Epps. Joining Harold are Sean Carlin from Gilbane Building Company, Mike Delaney from LF Driscoll Company, and Rodney Davis from Turner Construction Company.
Good morning. The first thing I'm going to do when we're finished is I'm going to talk to my boys about the ability to tell time. That's number one. And number two is I arrived today without my tie on. I decided I would put my tie on, and because of the panelists, I'm going to take my tie off. It's called being flexible. And I want to start by doing a quick introduction of a subject that I want to raise to you, and then we will get to the panel. So if you would, bear with me for a couple of minutes. Let me just start by, first of all, thanking Della Clark for having us. I want to start by also acknowledging Secretary Peter Buttigieg for being here and bringing his team to Philadelphia. And hopefully, before the decade is out, we are able to thank these companies for what we are going to need them to do to move the agenda forward. But let me back up for a minute and share a little perspective for you. We have heard today that we are talking about $1 trillion in contract spending over the next 10 years. Not $100 billion, but $1 trillion. And I have a very simple question that I need you to reflect upon. Why would we, the taxpayer, hire the biggest and arguably the most capable prime contractors, 3 of them on this stage, firms that are owned and operated by large majority firms, while intentionally excluding the largest and most experienced firms owned by black, brown, and white women? Why would we do that? And do we want to do that? Well, I would say to you that with the legislation, the policies, and the procedures that are on the books today, that's what would happen, that we would be excluding them. And let me explain to you why. And there are some people in the room that we'll be talking to later about what we want to do to change that situation. So just consider a couple of things. The construction, engineering, and architecture, the 3 largest firms in that industry. Bechtel, if I call your name, don't be offended by it, it's just the facts. Bechtel, Turner Corporation, and AECOM represent 3 of the largest, and together their revenue last year was over $40 billion. The federal government awards contracts to these giant firms, who are the prime contractors, with the condition that they hire qualified subcontractors from a pool of federally certified minority and women-owned businesses. But those same federal rules that drive the eligibility exclude the very large companies that are black and brown owned that have the capacity to do the work. For example, if a minority-owned engineering firm earns more than $16.5 million in gross revenues, they're disqualified from the federal pool. Think about it, $1 trillion, but yet, if you have more than $16.5 million of revenue, you're excluded. Doesn't seem right to me, doesn't seem fair to me, but that's what's on the books today, and that's what we've got to change. Another example, if a woman-owned if a woman owner of an engineering firm has a personal net worth of more than $1.3 million, her firm is no longer qualified to be in the pool. Now, it used to be $1.3 million worth of money. In due respect now, where I come from, $1.3 million is chump change. But those are the conditions that disqualify black, brown, and women-owned firms for being in the pool that these firms need as their partners. And so today, the guidelines and policies say only the smallest and often the least experienced may apply. Again, is that what we want? So what about the slightly larger mid-sized minority firms, construction managers, contractors, architects, and engineers, which have spent years as trusted subcontractors to some of these large majority-owned companies? And talking to my panelists, they need everybody in the game to take advantage of this once in a lifetime, once in a generation opportunity. So the question is, in 10 years, will we or will we not have a cohort of strong, competitive mid-sized firms? I would say to you, if we do not change the rules, we will not. So the question is this equity? I would submit to you that it's not. I would submit to you that we have a language issue that we've got to change. So, for perspective, when President Biden signed the infrastructure bill into law last year, he said this legislation represented an opportunity to close America's racial wealth gap. We heard the Secretary talk about, and all of his members of his team talk about the wealth gap. Here's an opportunity to do it. It's a chance to help our businesses grow to a more competitive scale, a chance to distribute federal contracts with an eye toward greater equity. And let me, for perspective, just recite a couple of examples where this is not a new idea in America. 1932, President Hoover created the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to direct Depression-era spending to small businesses. During the Korean conflict, the Small Defense Plants Administration did the same. How could the federal government help small businesses compete for contracts and tax revenue used to bolster a national strategic priority? Again, we must change the rules. So, in closing, let's go back to what the president said. He said that his goal was 15% of the spend going to black, brown, and women-owned firms. These are not my numbers. It's the administration's numbers. I think what they said was 1.8 to 1.9% of the spend today is with black and brown. They did not quote the women number, but they did quote the black and brown number, both being under 2%. I would argue with you, and I want to turn to the panelists in a minute, to let's talk about your thoughts about how you see the capacity today, what you need to grow, and how can these firms help you grow. But let's start with what I just said. Is that consistent with your thinking? But before we do that, let me give each of you a minute and a half to introduce yourselves and your companies. And I'll start with my friend, Mike Delaney.
Okay, thanks, Harold. My name is Mike Delaney. I'm an executive vice president with LF Driscoll Company. We're a regional construction management firm, do a lot of local projects here and regionally. I've been with Driscoll since 1983, and I help lead some of our diversity efforts in the marketplace, partnering here with the Enterprise Center and some other folks. And if I had to say something, we're advocates for trying new things, doing new things, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about what some of those ideas may be today on the panel.
Well, I want to stress before I pass the baton, and that is we definitely need some new thoughts and some new ideas.
Hi, I'm Rodney Davis. I'm the Community and Citizenship Manager with Turner Construction. Turner is the largest GC in the United States. We have offices all over the world, many projects. My history is not in construction. I'm actually a retired federal agent, and I've been with Turner about 18 months in this position. The reason I joined Turner and took this job is for what we're doing today, given the opportunity to help underserved businesses And we have a robust youth program where we try to introduce construction to kids in the inner city who otherwise wouldn't be aware of some of the STEM opportunities out there, as well as skilled labor. So hopefully today you guys will learn something, and more importantly, understand Turner's commitment to what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, so I am Sean Carlin, Vice President, Gilbane Building Company. We're America's oldest privately held and largest privately held construction management firm. 3,000 employees, 48 offices, about $6.5 billion a year across our entire enterprise there. You know, this topic for us, it's really in our DNA, right? So it's not the events from 2020 on, or you know, something in the last decade that we've dove into. It's really a core principle of our company and something that we've done for quite some time. And we have programs in place. A lot of folks in the room here may have been through it, our Rising Contractor program, where we look to build capacity, we look to solve problems, we look to, you know, make this a basis of a foundation of how we do business, not just if we're doing a project or for an owner that has a goal. We have our own goal. Many people may have seen it is highly publicized. $4 billion spend in the next 5 years. And for us, every office is a minimum of 20%. So regardless of a job or an owner that has a goal, that's what we've committed to. So again, making it part of how we do business, foundationally part of our DNA, and down to every employee through our company.
So thank you for those introductions. So let's back up for a minute. So Mike, you and I are co-chairs on the PAGE initiative. For those of you from Philadelphia, PAGE is Philadelphia's Anchors for Growth and Equity. And one of your favorite words is intentionality.
Absolutely.
And so can you talk a little bit about what you have learned, and I will ask the others the same question. What have you learned about the outcomes based upon increased intentionality, and describe some of the intentional actions that you've taken to get what I know have been some good outcomes, and I want to applaud the work that Driscoll has been doing.
Okay, thanks, Harold. Yeah, so I'm almost 4 decades at Driscoll. We've been involved with a lot of diversity programs, and about 3-4 years ago, we really came to the conclusion that even though by any measure our performance was considered very good in the marketplace, if you sat in our chair and you looked backwards, we never changed anything. We had achieved high numbers on diversity and employment, but I can't tell you a generational company where it's moved on to their children, or that we've spurred on a new company that has grown to a size to be a prime on their own. And then I was fortunate enough to work with a great client at Comcast, which allowed me just to do what I thought was the right thing about hiring people. And on the Comcast Innovation Center, we had over a $300 million diverse spend. And what I found is I just picked some people. I said, you know, I think you need to be on this job. I don't know what your qualifications are, but I'm going to get you on the job, and we're going to figure out what you can do. Well, coming out of that, you know, we have one firm that had 1 employee, professional services, has 25 now. We have one firm that was introduced as a painter, is now emerging CM in the region. And moving on from that, we had other projects where we had owners where we said, why don't we just carve out a piece and make it 100% diverse, and let's just pick the people. Enough of this bidding stuff. And the goodwill and the advancement for those firms was much more significant than what we did 20 years ago, giving some company a $5 million contract. I believe intentionality allows us to focus on the people that are ready to go, and you're not ignoring the people that are emerging, but they're ready to go, and you bring them on as a friend. And diversity is as much personal as it is business. And look, that last panel about, you know, access to capital is critically important. But we have to make this personal, and we need to be intentional about our actions. So to me, that's been an eye-opener for me in the last couple of years. And I think it's a model that other people, and I'm hoping our clients, will embrace.
So thank you for that. So Sean, same basic question. We were talking about it in the green room, that the entire system has a capacity and ready to work challenge. And so given the fact that many of our middle market firms are challenged to get in the game because of the regulatory and legislative barriers, what have you all learned about how you affect change given some of the policy and legislative blockages that can be in the way?
All right, so, and that ties a little bit into intentionality as well, right? So I think it's about asking the hard questions, the tough questions, and root cause analysis. I think when you look at this city, obviously, much like Turner, we have offices in Chicago, Boston, and somehow, some way, those cities have a bigger market capacity of diverse businesses. And we're in a majority city, and somehow, some way, the workforce and the business complexion does not match, right? I think in a large way, there's been policies and there's been a tendency to look the other way that creates what I always call a basement culture, a pass-through culture, right? Now, the downfall of that is that a lot of folks' hairs are raised, and when they look at a diverse business or something that myself, Rodney, or Mike are doing, it's always questioned, is that just a pass-through? Is there legitimacy to it? You know, the intentionality goes to owners, and we push really hard on that and ask tough questions, because a lot of the biggest institutions here in Philadelphia talk a good game, but then when it comes to cash flow, when it comes to insurance and bonding requirements, all of a sudden they tighten up and they're not so willing to talk about that. So we really like to push that quite a bit. We also, our intentionality, we have a theme that we use quite a bit now, and it's impact over goals, right? And I know, Mike, you do this as well. We talk about it quite a bit. You know, a lot of times when you talk about a goal, let's say it's a 50% goal on a job, Howard, right? All of us, we build really big buildings that are technical. So now you're adding to the complexity of it, right? So there's a shortage in mechanical and electrical diverse firms in the city, okay? I would say close to none, all right? Now you add into the fact that it's a hospital or life science, and that owner says, I need to see qualifications. All of a sudden, to get to a 50% goal, it makes a lot of folks, CMs, look away from the smaller businesses that populate this room, right? We want to hit folks in their strike zone. So maybe 5 businesses out there, really, it's perfect for them to do $500,000 worth of business with us on that particular year, but it's a $300 million job. Well, that gets us a percent of 1%, okay? So many CMs will look away and say, I'll go in a different direction. Or I'll make that a non-opportunity deduct. For us, and I know Mike does it as well because I've talked to Mike personally about this, I'd rather award 100 contracts at $100,000 than get to that 50% goal. Now, we're always going to go for that 50% goal, and we have a great success and track record of doing so. But it's a much bigger badge of honor for us that's how you build capacity, right? In advance, you get with these firms and say, what's your sweet spot? What's your revenue? How many people do you want to run on the street? And it's not just in a year, in that particular moment, right? And we try and hit them in their sweet spot in that moment. And it's regardless of where the percentage gets us. I don't want to go on too far with it.
So before I chime back with a comment, Rodney, so talk a little bit about what Turner has experienced in this space, and you also talked earlier about how you all have some programs to get more people both at the employment level and at the contracting level into the Turner strategy. So, and you've had some recent successes I'd like you to talk about, but I do want to circle back on the capacity issue when you finish.
All righty, yep. Again, Sean referred to George Floyd, and I mean, we all know every company in the nation all of a sudden started paying attention to DE&I. One thing about Turner is they formed my position, which is dedicated to that, back in 1969, nationwide in their corporation. So this has been an initiative and a priority of Turner for a long time. And some of the things we've done, we have a Turner School of Construction Management where we invite small, diverse businesses to get better educated and have the ability to compete to be on these large-scale contracts. As Sean was saying, Philadelphia is turning into a life science center. Life science buildings and life science technology is going to be a wave, I think, over the next decade, maybe 2 decades in Philadelphia. With the University of Pennsylvania, Children's Hospital, Drexel University, they all have major projects dealing with life science buildings. And the technicality for those jobs is intense. So one of the things Turner is doing, and as our moderator referred earlier, a lot of these initiatives go back to the 30s, and we haven't seen a lot of progress. It's got to change in the culture of the city itself. And we're starting a program with cooperation with the school district to actually introduce construction and STEM industries to 3rd graders across the city and let them understand this and know these opportunities are out there at a young age. And that way they'll be better prepared when these opportunities hit them as they grow up into career choices. So you have to do it in the long term. A lot of people look for overnight solutions. That's not going to happen. We got to do things from a strategic standpoint to change the culture in our city and let people believe in themselves. I can go back to my own high school. No one ever came and talked about construction to me or architectural engineering, any of those issues. So a lot of times in the financially challenged communities, they don't even know these jobs exist. So when they do finally learn of it at, say, 25, they don't have the past experience to really tackle some of the challenges they faced on a day-to-day basis. So we're going to try that, and hopefully, with the school districts as well as we're going to hold parent educational seminars so their parents understand what we're attempting to do. So that's just some of the ideas that we're throwing on the table, because we got to change what we've been doing because it's really not making a major impact, and we're all committed. I know Sean's team, I know Mike's team, all these companies are committed to really making a change, but it's got to be in cooperation with the community.
So we talk about commitment, and another word that comes to mind for me is accountability. And so given that you all are 3 of the leaders in this space, my guess is your spend number needs some improvement. So can you talk a little bit about your own internal accountability measures, and if you know what your spend percent is for Black and Brown, share that with us, please. And I will take any volunteer that wants to go first.
Yeah, I'll take that. I touched on it already, right? So we're committed to a 20% spend out of our business unit in Philadelphia. That's Delaware, the state of Delaware, the state of New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. I have all the way out to basically State College, right?
Say it again, 20% of what?
20% of, I'll say our sweet spot is between 400 and 500 million a year.
And that is the total umbrella of diverse? What's in the 20%?
Oh, 20% is on Black and brown business, well, and women, Black, brown, and women.
All right, so
Okay.
given that we're in Della's house, can you break that number apart and answer the question, if you can, any of you, what's the Black and brown number in there? Because the reality is that as the diversity umbrella has gotten wider, the people that have suffered most, and that is factual data, have been the Black and brown. So can you disaggregate the number and give us the Black and brown number?
Off the top of my head right now as to where we are, I don't have that, apologies, but I'm more than happy to broadcast that. We do not hide that. I will tell you just on a single job basis, a lot of folks in this room know about the Philly Live Casino, right? Rather large project. At the time, it was 50% minority and 8% women was the goal. Most folks in the city thought that that was an unachievable goal. We got to 52% on the minority spend and 17% on the woman spend.
I cannot let this go.
Okay.
So at the time of that, I was the commerce director, and I spent quite a few days down in South Philadelphia with a hammer, beating on you all to get this number made. And Iola was with me because she was running EOP at the time, all right? So we know what can happen with intentionality, but what's got to happen is we shouldn't have to show up with a hammer to make it happen. And so I'm encouraged by the progress that has been made, because that was 4 or 5 years ago. So to give credit, we all have learned, some with ease, some with pain, that, because Mike knows a deal that was on where Iola and I didn't give you some money that was due because you weren't making your numbers. And we were the worst people in the city at that time, but we were going to hold fast to no performance, no money. But we got to get to the point where it's built into the DNA. And again, I applaud all of you, progress, but that progress still leaves us woefully short of where we need to be. And we are all rowing in the right direction, but Al, you want to finish that for me? Not fast enough. So again, over the next 5 years, tell us about what's going to be different inside your institutions to ensure that the black and brown cohorts get the significant increase in intentionality to get a significant increase in outcomes. I'm going to start with that.
One of the things Turner recently joined is the Greater Philadelphia Chamber of Commerce has a diverse spend collaborative initiative where they're tracking black and brown spend in the city over the next 4 years. And currently that spend in the city is about 4%. And they want to increase it over a 4-year period to 32%. And major companies, Comcast is involved, Wawa, Turner, I can't give you the list of all the companies, but a lot of the big, larger organizations in and around Philadelphia are starting this. Our first report goes in on the 29th of this month. We just joined the collaboration. Ken Anderson was here earlier, who's leading that effort with the Chamber of Commerce, and I'll be able to give, and we'll share that, the specific numbers for black and brown businesses with the Chamber of Commerce, and it can be published publicly. I currently don't have that specific number. I can speak to one project as Sean did. We did Drexel's medical school, the U-City project there. We're doing several buildings at Drexel. On that project currently, because I'm on the monthly call where we all divulge all our spend and diversity spend with Maven Inc. and Wexford, the owner's rep, we're over 28% black and brown spend on that particular project, which has been going on for about 4 years. And in addition to that, which kind of impressed me more than anything else, and this deals with just individual laborers, in the zip code of 19104, we had a sign-up book. Anybody with skilled labor skills could come and sign up, be interviewed, and be offered a position with one of the subcontractors if they met their standards. Through that process, we were able to hire 42 individuals for various skilled labor jobs on that project over the years. And some are still working. Some have moved to other projects that Turner has at CHOP and Penn State, actually. So we're looking at unique ways to increase all diversity spend, not just for companies, but for individual laborers, too.
Hey, Howard, real quick, though, let's not get baited back into the problem. You
I'm sorry, say it again?
Let's not get baited right back into the problem. Your first question was about a lack of capacity, which is undoubtable. That exists. So when we focus just on individual, what's your black and brown spend, but there's not enough capacity, it's just a dog chasing its tail.
So some of us are working at the state and federal level advocating for change in the policies around size standards and net worth caps and so forth and so on. I am going to say to you all, we will need your help in advocating for the changes we need to make, because even if you quadruple all of the black and brown companies in the nation in this area, it won't make a dent in the $1 trillion of opportunity that's available. So in order to get everyone in the game, we got to get everybody an opportunity to grow as fast as they can grow by removing the barriers that right now limit their growth. So I want to thank you in advance for volunteering to be a part of our team as we move forward, because we got to have everybody, because you need more capacity. We need more capacity, and everybody agrees to it. Mike.
So a couple things. Just jumping back to, you asked a question about what was the black and brown spend versus the diverse spend.
Yep.
Anecdotally, I can give you jobs where the black and brown spend was phenomenal. But I will tell you, the general rule is our marketplace produces about 25% diverse spend to 30% diverse spend on most projects, and at most, you get the black and brown to 10 to 12%. We have 2 times as much WB capacity than we do MB capacity, and that gets to the heart of what you're saying. So how do you fix that? You said, what are we going to do to fix that?
That's right.
Well, first of all, and we're all doing this now, we're bringing diverse partners on. So the old school was, we take a project, we make a commitment, we're going to have 30% or 25% or some percentage of the whole contract be through second tier. To us, we're bringing them at the prime level. There is a focus now to intentionally bring primes on board to build capacity to one day have 100% diverse projects where we can target that. That's one thing. Number 2 is carve-outs and joint ventures. More than ever, we're in the business of trying to carve out pieces of bigger projects at a more reasonable size to get more opportunities for diverse contractors. And to the extent we can get joint ventures going, we're trying to do that. There's a social aspect to that. We're trying to work our way through it. We're good at engineering, social engineering. We're working on those skills.
So, when you're in Della's house, you learn from Della.
Absolutely.
So we are about to go to lunch. But before we do, I want to just ask those black and brown contractors that are still in the room to stand up. Okay? And so I want to challenge us collectively to say that we are going to help these and their peers double in size in less than 5 years. All right? Now, I don't know them all, but I do know that there's one firm in here that's been in business for 40 years. All right? And right now are constrained by growth by these artificial barriers around revenue and net worth that were created when I was born. That was a long time ago. So we're going to need your help to help us get into the policy and procedures and legislation changes and then get intentional to help them grow. So I've been told that at 12:25, in spite of the people in front of us taking our time, we got to shut this down. But before we do, I think we have maybe time for one question from the audience, if it's a burning one that somebody has to get. Any questions? So, if not, let me just ask each of you to close with, give us your vision. It is now 2023. Tell us what you see in this space for your company by 2030. And we'll go just straight down this aisle. All right, so you got, what are you going to do in the next 7 years?
So I think I'm hoping that some of our prime partners graduate to be prime and independent on their own. That would be fantastic. Secondly, I'd like to see clients embrace the intentionality and release contractors to do that where they would just say, I want you to dedicate 10% of a project. Go pick the folks we're going to use. I would like us all to have our own cohort of folks that we're going to champion, get away from lists. And I would hope that all of our employees will not be intimidated by this as they are right now. And that's a challenge for us leaders. Our employees are intimidated. They're scared. And it's up to us to make them feel.
For a minute. Your employees are scared because of, say it again?
They worry that change and that they're going to do something wrong. That I'm going to make a decision to give a diverse contractor a chance who may not be up to the challenge. We stretch them, and I give it to an employee, and he has to manage that. And he's worried that performance is going to reflect upon him. I need to support our staff to be part of what we're trying to achieve.
I spent the first 15 years of my career in procurement. I've been a procurement manager. I've awarded billions of dollars of capital. So I get it. But at the same time, we have got to have people understand that the system that they're a part of is not going to turn their back on them because of an issue. But also, the other side is, majority of firms make issues too. all right?
No doubt.
Every day, every day. We
Yep.
got two sets of rules. We all understand that. So as we close, Rodney, Sean,
Real
and
quick,
I'll
because
get the last
Rachel
word.
keeps throwing us, we're basically going over time. But for Turner, what I was speaking about earlier is one of our major initiatives by 2030 is to change the culture in the underrepresented community where they believe in themselves at an early age, understand the construction industry, STEM opportunities, and are better prepared when these opportunities are provided to them to succeed. And for those who are already in existence, our Turner School of Construction Management graduates, we offer mentoring after post-graduation in specific subjects. You can come, we had one of our graduates shadow our superintendent at the Wexford project for 3 weeks. He got a better understanding of how those projects work, how he would interact on a major project like that. So any subject it could be bonding, estimating, procurement, whatever it is. If a small diverse business thinks that they need more education in that area, we'll bring them to our office and let them sit with their teams. It could be estimating. We brought 2 of our graduates who didn't have a lot of estimating experience. They sit with our estimating team for 2 weeks, and they kind of learned how that whole process works. So, but I think the strongest thing that we're trying to achieve is addressing the youth and making the culture of the city change. And that way, when people are presented with opportunities, they're better prepared to succeed.
All right, Sean, I'm
All
being
right.
given the signal, so
Here we go,
you
3
get
bullet
almost
points.
the last word. I get the last word, and we'll be out of
Three
here.
quick bullet points, right? So by then, I want to see the capacity of the diverse business doubled. And I want to have, personally, in Gilbane, a huge hand in doing that. And that's the businesses in this room, and that's the number of businesses that do not exist today. Second bullet point, Rodney touched on it. I'm a huge believer it's not overnight. We need more diversity in the trades. When you get diversity in the trades, it grows into businesses. Because most of the subcontractors today, whether it's first generation, second, or third, they started in the trade, and that gave them the interest to own their own business. So 15, 20 years from now, that's how a big way it's going to grow. Last, my drop the mic moment, I want to be the minority in a JV to a minority firm on a large project. So that's where I want to be.
All right, so as we close, I want to thank each of you. As I said, I have worked with you all in the past, individually and collectively, going in the right direction, but we got to go a hell of a lot faster. And at the end of the day, to the firms in the room and your brothers and sisters that are not, it's a real simple question. Are you growing some double-digit number per year, and is your growth controlled or limited by your capacity and not by the barriers? That is the ultimate measure. And we have to work together to make sure that's the outcome we achieve. We hold ourselves accountable. And given the multiplier that we already know exists as it relates to women-owned versus black and brown, the intentionality for black and brown has got to be off the charts. We will work together to make that happen. And Della, bring us back and ask the question in a couple of years, have we grown our firms? So thank you very much. I think it's lunchtime. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, before you dismiss, I have a few announcements. Consist of grilled chicken, smoked salmon, or grilled vegetable sandwiches. We are grateful to the Mid-Atlantic SBTRC for securing our lunch and for the 360 group for sponsoring our lunch today. To retrieve your lunch, you want to go out back, take a left, and our staff will direct you to get lunch. Now, if you've got a table, you want to see Rachel in the back with the green shirt, because she's going to line you up for after lunch to come up and just tell us about your table very quickly. Also, for the folks that are watching us via stream, we want to say we're going to go to lunch and we're going to be back at 1:10. So I want you to enjoy your lunch, enjoy your connections, and we will be back soon. Thank you. Lunch. We are going to reconvene. We don't have a lot to go. Someone's going to speak to you briefly, and then we're going to have the agencies announce themselves, and then you're going to be free to circulate and network and talk to one another. So at this time, I would like to welcome up to the stage Denai Pauley, and she is the Senior Advisor to the Office of the Undersecretary. So please welcome up Denai Pauley.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed lunch. And thank you for the warm introduction, Iola. Thank you to Della's team and the Department of Transport team for putting together this incredible event and really launching our historic partnership with the Department of Transport. I'm Denai Pauley with the Minority Business Development Agency and very excited to be here today. As you know, the greatest obstacle for businesses of color has been and continues to be access to capital, access to contracts, and that's where MBDA comes in. We are the only federal agency solely dedicated to the growth and competitiveness of minority-owned businesses. Our mission is not only to expand economic access, but also to break down the barriers perpetuating the inequities in our system. Last fiscal year, our national network of business centers and grant programs, including the Enterprise Center here, helped businesses secure almost $4 billion in capital, contracts, and export transactions. Our business centers provide technical assistance and consulting services and give minority businesses and entrepreneurs the tools and expertise they need to get their foot in the door with investors, contractors, and potential partners. Over the last month, we've announced over $8 million in new investments, including $2.6 million to our existing business center network, specifically to provide additional capacity for them to work with minority businesses to be competitive for this administration's historic investments and opportunities. However, much more is needed. Although MBDA has existed for over 50 years, the barriers to equal participation remain. In the last 20 years alone, the average revenue of non-minority-owned businesses has grown over 50%, while the average revenue for minority-owned businesses has been flat. And that's data from before the pandemic, which we know disproportionately impacted minority-owned businesses. This disparity is part of a systemic loop that starts well before a business is formed, like we've talked about today. Lower household wealth leads to higher student debt, lower home ownership rates, greater difficulty attaining startup capital, and leads to access and limited growth networks, leading to lower inherited wealth in the next generation. The loop continues and will continue unless we do something to disrupt it. And it's costing America $6.4 trillion in lost GDP, according to our conservative estimates. Thankfully, the Biden-Harris administration is committed to improving the system and breaking down those barriers, or as Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo likes to say, America's road to recovery runs through our minority business community. In 2021, Congress passed the Minority Business Development Act. This law is a fulfillment of the promise to invest in minority businesses like the national priority that you are. And for the first time in history, the Minority Business Development Agency is a permanent bureau. Yes, you can clap for that. The Act mandates three critical things. First, as I mentioned, it makes us a permanent agency with our first ever Undersecretary Donald Cravens Jr. Second, it mandates an expansion of our footprint and capacity to reach the nation's 9.7 minority-owned businesses, and authorizing the creation of a rural business center program and regional offices. Lastly, it elevates our authority and influence to drive lasting systemic change for the minority business community. Systemic change doesn't happen immediately. It takes years, decades even. With the guarantee that MBDA will be here for the long haul, we can begin implementing lasting policies. This is the only way to ensure that 20 years from now, we are telling a different story. that by creating an equitable business landscape, America is finally able to achieve its full economic potential. Creating an equitable business landscape and closing the $6.4 trillion opportunity gap requires a comprehensive approach. We need all the levers of the public sector doing their part to lift up businesses who have never received their fair shake at the American dream. We have a mandate to coordinate efforts across the federal government in matters relating to minority business, which is very exciting for us. And it starts with partnerships like this one with the Department of Transportation. Last month, we signed a memorandum of understanding that gives minority-owned businesses equitable access to federal contracting opportunities in infrastructure and transportation like we're talking about here today. This is the beginning of what we at MBDA hope and are confident will be an incredibly valuable partnership that will benefit the entire minority business community and all Americans, as well as serve as a model for a whole-of-government approach to ensuring that minority businesses are able to compete for this once-in-a-generation set of investments that the Biden-Harris administration is making in America. A majority of the bipartisan infrastructure law money is going through the Department of Transportation to strengthen and modernize our infrastructure, putting them in such a key position to move the needle toward an equitable business landscape. And so we're excited to kick off our partnership with them. This partnership is a demonstration of the department's commitment to fulfill the priority of an equitable recovery. To ensure that minority businesses have the tools and the know-how, which MBDA helps bring to the table, to make the most of this opportunity. Under this partnership, we'll work together to expand business presence across the supply chain and related high-growth industries, excuse me, and utilize data sharing and reporting tools to increase our engagement across the department and MBDA with businesses. And this partnership enables our network of clients across 88 business centers and programs around the country and all minority businesses to reach new heights, to break the systemic barriers, and to lay the groundwork to close these gaps for good. Doing so would not only make the American dream possible for Americans of color, but it is an economic imperative that would benefit every single citizen in our nation, creating jobs, sparking greater innovation, strengthening our domestic supply chain, attracting more global business, and growing our economy by $6.4 trillion. The work we're committed to and undertaking today is the first step in ensuring our nation achieves its full economic potential. Thank you.
Okay, we are almost at the end. So we just want to have our agencies that have tables have an opportunity to come up and tell you just very briefly about what they do and what they have here for you. So I'd like to first welcome the federal agencies up. Say what you are, what you do.
Hey everybody, my name is Josh Jordan. I work for the Federal Railroad Administration. I'm their Director of Acquisition. I'm happy to be here today. Here at FRA, we support the nation's rail network through a variety of competitive and dedicated grant programs and procurement opportunities. We use those programs and those opportunities to monitor and improve rail safety and to develop and upgrade and enhance rail services and infrastructure. We have a table over here in this room. I'm not sure which room that is. The green room. Looking forward to speaking with you to share some of the various programs that we have. A few of them real quick are the Rail Infrastructure Improvements Program, the Amtrak Program, Restoration and Enhancements Program, the Railroad Crossing Program, and the Interstate Rail Compacts Program. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I act like I'm home, don't I? My name is James Harper. I am the Director of Acquisition Management for the Federal Transit Administration. We move people. If you got to go from A to B and hopefully get back to A safely, we probably had something to do with it. If you rode on a train, a bus, a ferry, a scooter, an 18-wheeler, we had something to do with it. We are a grant-making agency primarily, to the tune, our annual budget has been somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 billion. It has grown. I've been with the FTA for almost a little over 18 years. When I first arrived, it was $10 billion. But if it has anything to do with acquisition, procurement, contracting, I'm the chief cook and bottle washer. For 4220, the best practices manual, any and all of those kinds of things, if you have been subjected to an oversight review, a triannual, a procurement system review, then I'm the cause of that. We do our absolute best to help you do the right thing with the right people at the right time for the amount of money that you said you were going to do it with. Much has been said up here. She's pulling me away. Much has been said about what you need to do. I've been a small business person. I'm a small business champion. But the first you've got to do is read the solicitation. Know what it says, know what your capabilities are, and answer it appropriately. And don't ever, ever, ever give up.
Don't forget your juice. Okay, I'd like to welcome up the state agencies. Are there any state agencies here?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Joe Mitchell. I'm with the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. I'm the district's labor and contract compliance agent. I'm here to help the DBEs become business partners with the Department of Transportation. That would be the first step that you need to take in order to perform business with the department. I also have information on becoming with our protege and mentor program. So if you'd like to join that program, also have information on that. Thank you.
And I'm Jeff Darkus. I'm also represent the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. We're in the District 6 office in King of Prussia, so we're in the local area here. I'm the budget, finance, and procurement manager for the district. Under the bipartisan infrastructure law, it has infused some money into our budget, so we do have opportunities, so take advantage of those opportunities, and Joe and I will be available to meet with you, help you with registering to become business partners, and thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Vicki Tillman Ansley. I'm with the New Jersey Department of Transportation. Similar to what the gentleman over there said, that I'm responsible for a number of things, but one of our major programs is the small business and disadvantaged programs. And we certify businesses. We oversee and ensure that we facilitate opportunities for the small and disadvantaged businesses. And not only that, we ensure that commitments made on our contracts by our prime contractors to meet goals on our contracts, that they do live up to those commitments. We oversee and ensure that not only do they live up to the commitments, that there's commercially useful function performed on our contracts, and that our contractors are paid for the work that they do on our contracts, and timely paid, because that is critical. And so for the most part, my team is here with me. We have a table in the marketplace, I think. Yeah, straight across. So if you're interested, we're looking for DBEs. We're losing a lot of DBEs. We lost DBEs during the pandemic. We were losing them prior to. Not that we're not looking for women-owned businesses, but we do have a lack of minority-owned businesses. We're losing them left and right, and so we are definitely looking to up that number. And so, thank you.
And last but not least, our local agencies. Please come up.
Good afternoon. I am Jacqueline Donaldson Gray, and I head up the Supply Diversity Office for Amtrak, or the National Railroad Passenger Corporation. I'm here along with my cohorts, Jesse Wilson II and Patricia Barmore. We make up the Supply Diversity Office. Amtrak's office is located right here in Philadelphia, where our corporate procurement office is also in the 30th Street station. So our office is designed to make sure there are maximum practical opportunities for diverse firms. Our focuses are on DBEs and small businesses, along with veterans, service-disabled veterans, labor surplus, as well as the MWBEs. We have all opportunities anywhere from general contracting to A&E, architecture and engineering, as well as IT. We are located, we have a table right back here, I guess it's Marketplace, straight back. We ask you to come by and visit us. We have a very historical project that's going on right now that's going to span over 50 plus years or so, which is the redevelopment of the 30th Street station. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nathan Heitzman. I'm here with SEPTA, that's the Southeastern Pennsylvania Transit Authority. Along with me here, we have Diane. She is in the procurement side. Katie is in the DBE program team. Her specialty is in contract compliance. She's also helping to build the equity and inclusion, equity and infrastructure project, focusing basically on the things we talked about this morning with the small business micro purchase prime program. Basically, we're setting aside contracts for small businesses, including DBEs, so that they can actually do business with us directly before they have to focus on trying to be a subcontractor to somebody else. Basically, it's build a foundation, building a ramp that rises with the firms as they grow. We're going to be building a capacity building program in parallel with that. So it's not just earning money to build capacity and build wealth, it's also gaining access to training that can help you in learning how to be better business partners and more successful business owners over time. We also have the Diversity, Equity, and Belonging Committee represented. Basically, diversity, equity, inclusion is a focus at SEPTA. We're building upon that. There is a Chief Equity Inclusion Officer being hired, and we're in the process of selecting that person. The DBE program will be working under the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer. So there's some change in culture that's happening, and basically DBE and DEB go together, so that we can actually help that become a culture at SEPTA rather than just a compliance program. We are a quasi-government organization. We're not specifically state or federal. We receive federal funds via grants, and we are more of a nonprofit organization. We don't really fit cleanly in one box. We're in room 110, just through the glass over here. Any questions? Hit us up.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Campbell. I'm the Economic Inclusion Manager for Gilbane Building Company. My goal is pretty much to increase our diverse vendor pool. So we're looking to connect with minority, women-owned, veteran, and disabled businesses. We also have a rising contractor program where we connect you to our technical experts as well as our insurance providers to help you build the capacity to possibly do, future work with Gilbane. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maria Hyman. I'm Gilbane Building Company. We're here to represent Plenary, Amtrak, and Gilbane for the 30th Street Station, as well as other jobs that we're doing. I am a senior project manager as well as head of procurement. So any questions, we are in room 110. We do have opportunities. We have a recreation center that we're bidding out right now. which is 26th and Morris, so down the street. Not very far from here, we have Ensemble Chapel Block in the Navy Yard. We have a lot of areas in and around the city as small projects at Drexel, University of Penn. So please stop by, talk to us. We can see if we can connect and collaborate and help each other out.
Del, I don't know if you have any closing remarks, but if you do, please come up. Okay, I'll make the closing remarks. On behalf of the Enterprise Center, I would like to thank everyone who came out today. It's been a long day. You've gotten a lot of good information. Specifically, though, I'd like to thank the Department of Transportation, Peter Kantakis, Veronica Maddox, and Director Shelby Scales at OSDBU. I'd like to thank Bellevue Strategies. I'd like to thank Bellevue PR. And most of all, I would like to thank the staff of the Enterprise Center. You guys have no idea how much goes into a day like today, and our staff really pulled together and made it happen. So I want to thank the staff. And of course, last but not least, I want to thank all of you for coming. So I'd like to have our agencies maybe go dismiss yourselves and go to your tables now. Everyone else who's here, if you can just take a minute and scan the QR code that is on the agenda that you received and take the survey for today. That would be really helpful for us. And then I want you to go join the marketplace. There are opportunities out there for you. So please know that the Enterprise Center is here beyond the Connections Marketplace. We are here for you. So not only do you want to go connect with the marketplace, but you do want to connect with Rendell, raise your hand, MBDA, PA-MBDA. I'm SBTRC, but there's somebody at the SBTRC table because we can be helpful to you as you pursue these opportunities as well. So thank you and have a great rest of the day.